Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power for my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगा।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई, इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और तंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
It's Sunday, and we all know it's the D-Day. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split. It is the final day of week number 2, and here we are, joined along with Lotte, as we are in pursuit for our 12 teams, especially that are going to be participating in that bonus map of Livik today. But it's also about staying at the very top, and we've got some battle, not again happening for the first spot, but for the second, of course. You know, Quraysh Esports, Metershot X Sky, Quantum Rage, and even I8, they're all rooting for it. And Lakshay, it's going to be a long one, 6 matches tonight. I'm really getting excited. What about you?
Oh, definitely, Fixes, again, because as you perfectly mentioned, right, we are at that final day of week number 2 where we know second time around in PMPL for Pakistan region, we're going to be looking at that Livik map, the final map that will be played. But along with that, of course, before that, in fact, I should say, 5 games will be played and the top 12 teams will be able to qualify for that. So yeah, the fire is on, the race is on. But at the same time, it's super excited, but also a little bit dreadful of the teams because the points is so close. Not entirely sure as to what teams are going to be able to participate in today's top 12 teams for the map of Livik, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. But before all of that, let's take a look at the schedule of the entire PMPL Pakistan, as we've already gotten done with week number 1. Of course, week number 2 is going to conclude tonight. And then we do have week number 3 also beginning. So that is going to be really interesting as well. We're going to go on a long little break, and then we're going to be back. But, you know, after that, we do have the PMPL Pakistan finals happening from the 30th of September. And then onwards, only 6 teams from Pakistan will be heading on to the SA Championship, Lakshay. And that is something that everyone watching this broadcast would be looking out for. Who are going to be the top 6 teams, along with which we do have that massive prize pool of $100,000, and the first position getting 10,000, second getting 6.5 thousand, third position getting 4.5 thousand each, and the tournament MVP receives $1,000, and for the league stage every team gets $2.5 thousand.
Exactly, and of course, along with that, as you perfectly mentioned, that yeah, the prize pool is definitely a motivator for these teams, but more so is going to be the factor of course, participating and of course representing Pakistan, where of course only the top 6 teams are going to be seen in that SA Championship. But at the same time, we know for a fact that the teams are very competitive, and they have done so and showcased that exact same prowess in the previous 2 weeks, I would say rather. But along with that, looking at the point structure, of course, is going to be the standard one, where we do know 1 point is going to be awarded per elimination. That means that teams are going to be, well, again, this is Pakistan region. We know the domination that they bring in as far as the aggression is concerned, and of course that in turn results in them walking away with those elimination points.
Oh yeah, I mean, talking about the point structure, of course, kind of excites me because you know, especially with that entire format of this tournament that has been changed, and now the point structure makes so much more sense, right? You've got to get that perfect combination of a good amount of finishes along with good positions. We've got certain teams, you know, that are good at both. Teams like Magnus right now, who've been on quite a run lately, Lakshay, and it sort of elates me because this time we have someone new, something new, not the usual names popping up. And Magnus, of course, did go through a little bit of a you know, renaissance, and after that they have been amazing ever since. And this is the bonus points that we have been talking about, right? You get those weekly bonus, then you get those league bonus, and then the total bonus, you know, whatever weekly bonus points you've collected and your league bonus points initially gets calculated to the finally gets calculated to the initial points at which you start your final journey. And that is how it is divided. So you have to make sure you stay somewhere around the top 3 or top 4 to have a good buffer. Let's say a team that has been winning all 3 weeks, they also get that extra 20 points because overall in the league standings they are also on top. So there are chances a certain team might start off the grand finals with 80 points to their name. So, that prospect really excites me. But this is a look at the bonus ranking of all these teams so far, as I8 Esports have managed to secure those 20 points, Magnus 19, TUF 18, and so on, as you can see in the rankings.
Absolutely. Now, interesting play right here, where of course I8 we saw had that chicken dinner in the Livik map that was played in the previous week with 10 elimination points to their name. Along with that, of course, as you perfectly mentioned, when we look at those bonus rankings, yes, this is going to help out these teams in the grand finals as they start their journey in the grand finals itself to, of course, the top 6 that will participate in SA Championship. But along with that, let's also move on ahead towards the second page, where we are going to be looking at those bonus points being distributed amongst the teams that were not as well. Again, I mean, from week 1 to week 2, yes, there is a stark difference. So I don't really want to be comparing week 1 to week 2, because this time around, even though I8 was right there up on top on page number 1, this time around, things can be very different.
Oh, things certainly can be, because, things have gotten haywire, right?
Exactly.
Well, for Magnus, I'm pretty sure they're going to have those 20 points to their names. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, all right, a little bit competition going on between Magnus and I8, because, well, I8 Esports definitely did not get those chicken dinners that they missed out on yesterday. But I'm pretty sure they covered for it by staying consistent. I believe, managed to get a few third positions, and I think this really suits their endeavors, what they're trying. Even a second position was involved, as a result of which now they have got themselves equalized with Team Magnus Esports. Quantum Rage, like we've been saying, they've always been consistent, right? They have always delivered whenever it mattered, and that has been sort of their go-through style of play. But this is what really concerns me, because only the top 16 teams make it to the finals of the PMPL Pakistan, and for North Esports, they have that little bit of a cushion. But if Team Faulty Rebels, Triple Esports, TmwEsports, or 52 Esports pull off a surprise, maybe in week number 3, or maybe even today, you never know.
Again, so perfectly mentioned by you that yes, that change can be brought in from the side of TFT, Triple Esports, TMW, as well as 52 Esports, because of the fact that you talk about TFT, they're sitting on the 17th position, yes, but they have one chicken dinner. That clearly implies that if they get that second one, they're going to get that much more closer to that top 16 position. But again, that is a little while away, right? As we talk about the grand final, that will be, of course, that we will be looking at for the top 16 teams. As of now, there's only week 2's final day. Week 3 is still remaining, so a lot of things that can change in terms of the pace that the battleground is dictating in this Pakistan region. But yeah, it is definitely possible for a comeback story to be real for those teams that were sitting underneath that 16th position.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely possible, but it just comes down to the matter of fact that who are hungry enough, because from those bottom 4 teams, we haven't really seen a lot going on, right? I think it was a good, decent day coming in from 52, if I'm not wrong. They managed to get a 3rd position, but that was just about it, right? And the 7th with 5 finish points. But yes, of course, taking a look at the comparison drawn between FS, they managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday, their week 1 and their week 2 performances. I think we can see a little bit of a rise in how they've been playing, especially the survival time. So that really counts a lot, and even the knocks have increased, elimination, yes. So in all aspects, I think Freestyle has been performing better since week number 1, which we really appreciate.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, this was needed, much awaited for the side of Freestyle, and of course from their fans as well, to be able to see this sort of a playstyle from FS, and that is what they've been delivering in the week 2 itself. As we look at their highlights, Team Star is the one that they were, of course, at this moment dominating against, and not only dominating, were able to easily, of course, subjugate them. And of course, that was not the only team, because FS, from one fight to the other, they pushed on and got those perfect plays and elimination points for themselves. Now, Pixel, we did talk about Freestyle and BABLU in terms of the way that they were playing and approaching the battleground. Do you think that perhaps now we can bring in a little bit of a change in terms of what we said, and now what, of course, FS is doing in terms of the fights that they're taking, the synergistic play that they are, of course, making, but yet I do see an up and down sort of performance from them.
I think one thing for sure, the teamwork has really improved. Because you know, every single time in week number 2, as it is, you know, watching them take those fights, they make sure they're together, they can rush in, they ram in compounds. Yesterday also we witnessed in that game of Erangel where they just went after I8, right? 2 players finished off around the hills, they went in for that push, and even after that, heading over to those snake compounds, they really put up a beautiful fight. I mean, had the zone not really gotten away from them, they could have done much more better. But yeah, I think getting a few chicken dinners this week also has improved their average survival time, and it shows, right? But still, the problems persist, right? We have seen them getting more aggressive, and if they play a little bit more like what Team Magnus does, right? Those calculated fights. Now we know these lads know how to take their 4v4, but you've got to take it the Magnus way, because if you remember that one chicken dinner that Team Magnus took yesterday in Erangel, they had to cross over the bridge. They did that with all 4 of their players surviving. They managed not to just only take down I8, but also dealt with the grounders, 2 of which were already well established, well positioned in the circle. So right time to take fights is something that you know, they can really work upon. But taking a look at these 2 teams, TUF and I8, their week number 2's comparison, I'm certain the I8 fans won't be that happy, but I think they made up for it with those consistent performances yesterday. But I'm pretty sure they're going to be on gear number 5 or maybe 6 today, because of course the final day they would want those extra bonus points. Every single one of them really counts.
Honestly, I keep my fingers crossed for that exact same thing from the side of I8, as again, nothing taken away from their performance in the yesterday's play as well, as they started things off with Miramar, came in second, along with that pushed on their luck on the map of Erangel, where they came in third consistently back to back. But at the same point of time, now I really do want to be able to see I8 today pushing themselves through the envelope that they were a part of in week number 1. But along with that, of course, we also do need to talk about TUF, a team that, of course, the consistent play that was showcased from week 1 continues on, definitely, as was clearly showcased in terms of the comparison being drawn against I8. But yes, I8, again, like I said, the consistent play is there. For TUF, I would rather call out and say that they are still going through some ups and downs.
I mean, could be, right? Because, you know, I8 Esports, like we've seen, I think the biggest problems I've seen for them happening in week number 2 is the fact how are they positioning their players in the circle, right? Yesterday we witnessed them playing on those longer splits, which was absolutely not necessary. Now that one thing for sure is Ghost hasn't been as good as he was in week number 1. I think there were multiple instances where he's been taken off, or rather been knocked out really quickly, and to no avail. They always enter into a fight without one of their primary entry fraggers, and that has been one of those major concerns. And now even with those 3 men that they have remaining, I think Blade has been pretty much consistent, can't take that away from him. But you've got to understand that with three players, you cannot try the same splits that you would eventually do with 4. And as a result of which, they lost out almost on 2 of their chicken dinners. And even in the Miramar game, if you remember, Blotter, it was Uzib kind of sort of overpeaked and in turn got knocked out. IQ had to go for that revive, and Blade, he was left all by his lonesome. Had that not happened, they could have secured 1 more chicken dinner to their name. So there were multiple instances where they were getting really close, but those wrong decision makings in those very crucial moments, that has sort of been their Achilles heels, which they really need to figure it out. Because if they do not, I mean, what has already gone wrong? Magnus is right at the top. They have taken over the throne. Finally, we seem to have been making this, come to this understanding that I8 has found their match. Right, a team, if anyone can give I8 a run for their money, has to be Team Magnus. And boy oh boy, Magnus, they have been playing on a whole different level every single day. They come to play and they get a chicken dinner somehow or the other, or maybe 2 sometimes.
Exactly, even if it's just
and also a hat trick.
True, exactly, right, and even 3 at better. So for I8 now. Again, I'm just throwing this thought out there. I'm not entirely certain about the thought, but this is a thought that is brewing since you were just talking about it right now, right? Would you say that for I8, the best way that they like to play is to create their own league and to create their own lead, right? And then if they're, because that's what happened in week 1, but compare that to week 2, that they need to be a part of compared to what they already had working for themselves in week 1, and perhaps that puts them in an envelope that they're not so comfortable in, where they start second guessing themselves in terms of fights, in terms of how the rotations should be made, and that in turn results drastically in their performance.
I mean, we'll definitely talk about that. But let's take a look at the groups once again, right? Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, Group E. It's all in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, of course, you can figure it out. We've been having all these matches going on. The first one, Group E, they're not going to be playing this one out. We're going to start off with Miramar. But yeah, coming back to the discussion that we were having, I certainly think that, I8 have figured out, the competition lies in the South Asian Championship, right? I think this is something that even, Uzum did become quite vocal about in his Instagram handles, right? Posting about the fact that their main aim is to go and play in the South Asia Championship, qualify and become the first Pakistani team to participate in the global championships, which hasn't happened yet. But for now, taking a look at the schedule, we do have things starting off with Miramar, and for you guys it is going to be a Sunday dhamaka, because we've got 6 games for you, and that extra Livik game, the bonus map that we're talking about, in which only the top 12 teams are going to participate. Now, last time, I was expecting a lot, and yes, Livik did deliver, Pakistan did deliver. Because, it was action happening left, right, and center. Every second, there was some or the other team fighting it out. And it was not with those M4s anymore. It was with those shotguns. It was with those P90s. And I would love to see more of it. Last time we witnessed all those big guns, right? The likes of TmwEsports, BABLU. They were eliminated pretty early on. And, teams like, of course, Quraysh Esports did manage to get that second. But it was I8 that stood supreme. But today we might have a whole different winner, because if you remember, it still is going on in my mind. Magnus and UF did drop Clash, and I think Finisher was the one who fisted 2 of those players. So they've got a little bit of a revenge story going in there. So it's going to be exciting to see if TUF respond with some sort of an answer tonight. But for now, Lakshay, it's time for each. We need to have someone getting that lead. Ooh. And prediction,
honestly,
first game, Miramar. Who do you think?
Well, again, this time around on the map of Miramar, I would love to be able to see what sort of a performance is going to be showcased from the side of Magnus. Now, Magnus, they definitely have been on top of it. They are looking very confident about it. But can they get a chicken dinner as they push on towards this final day of week 2 or not?
All right, going safe, Magnus. If you're going with Magnus, then
honestly, like you said, right? So honestly, just to give a confirmation about that, yes, I'm going safe, because I really wanted to pick Quraysh or Quantum Ray, but to be safe, as you said, we need to create a little bit of a difference right here in terms of the 4 and 4. So perhaps let's go comfortable.
All right. I mean, if you're going with a comfort pick, I'll go for their Arc Nemesis right now. I have to go with I8 this time around. Because yesterday we did see that rise in consistency. I'm pretty sure the boys have been happy with those #2 and those #3s, right? Because that's not what I8 are in for, right? I'm pretty sure they might want to start things off with a chicken dinner. So let's see if we can get it. So for Lakshay, it has been Magnus Esports. For me, it's going to be I8. Who do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that are going to win the first game of Miramar? Because today it is all out in the open. But, we also have to talk about the big story, right? We know that the top 12 teams are there at this point. Star is at the T12 position. They did manage to get a chicken dinner yesterday as well and have been doing really good. But this is where H2E, North Esports, again, there are chances that they might miss out on this week's Livik map as well. And that is not going to end well for them, especially for all these middle order teams. To qualify into the finals, you need to play that extra map. You need to gain those extra points, and them not really making it there is definitely a thought of concern, because right now, if they do not make it, still they might make it to the grand finals. But again, imagine the sort of a buffer that gets built up. How do you climb? Because the finals are going to be limited, and a team having like 50-60 points of an advantage, you really need to have the best PUBG M of your entire life to really topple them over.
And of course, that is not easy. You talk about pressure, that is a different sort of a pressure being felt definitely for so many of these teams, because after all, they're trying to catch up to that lead. At the same time, compared to week 1, in week 2, H2E has upped their performance. They have definitely upped their aggressive stance as well. But is that enough? Is that going to be enough or not? Is where the question and line is going to be drawn. With that, the first maps, of course, flight path going to be on our screen, as we do, of course, have this going majorly towards the southern side of Miramar.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The first game of the evening. We have the flight path going all the way from La Drillera towards Puerto Paraiso. And it sort of excites me as to what's going to happen this time around. A+B+C+D are playing E, are not going to be playing this one out. So let me remind you, BABLU, Regicide, the Faulty Devils and the Grounders will join from next game onwards, and they'll play the remainder of number of matches that we have. But for now, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? No huge changes. H2E going all the way down. Quantum Rage, however, now this is our surprise, heading off towards Varadima, and for all the right reasons, right? Because Team BABLU, usually the ones that drop over there, they've made it their home. They're not there in this particular game. TUF, Chumasera, completely comfortable over there. But I really want to see how things happen around those northern sides. Because T20 QWERTY, they're heading over to San Martin. I think Picado is going to be taken over by the players of 3X, considering nobody else is over there. But seems like we have got a fight amidst us. There's going to be 52 Esports engaging against Metershot Sky. Now, of course, it's going to be a tough affair for Metershot Sky, especially when you land over at Monte Nuevo. That's not where you drop at. Usually, Metershot Sky likes playing around the edges of the map. In this particular map, they love heading towards the Campo Militar region. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to approach this very situation. But for now, Pero, he's just proned in. Does have that Tommy gun to his disposal, so could use that. We have seen, players making good work of it, and hasn't really been quite a season to remember for the fans of 52 Esports, especially them being the defending champions of the spring split, coming into the fall, made few changes in their roster, and seems like they haven't really gelled up with each other, facing a lot of problems, a lot of issues that have really not been addressed even from week number 1. They've gotten very close, but still away from the chicken dinner. I think it was that one Miramar game where it was 52 and Metershot Sky at the very end, but Metershot Sky did prevail supreme. That is how good they have been. Talking about improvement, it has been Metershot Sky making all those major moves. But considering the position also, I really like how 52 Esports have gotten themselves stationed at. Hassan and Daku having that little higher ground advantage. Could have that eagle's eye perspective of where the players of MS Sky are rotating. But if MS Sky decide to, kind of group up and then just try and isolate the players of 52 Esports, and that's going to be so tough to deal with. Now, Pharaoh, he's trying to make a move. Trying to back off, get to his teammates. I think maybe he's considering that's a better decision to make. But I do not know. If Ash MVP spots him out, then that's going to be really, really tough for them to recover from that spot if they get knocked out over there. In the meanwhile, I mean, if you take a look at Minash and Rales, we do have the players of Freestyle looting quite comfortably. But we do have a major cluster being built up around that southeastern side. Quraysh, you've got Triple, you've got Magnus, you've got R3D, you've got SAR, I8, North Esports. Every single team has to rotate. It's going to be interesting to see how do they achieve that. And we were discussing about that, right? They've been spotted out. I think Pain has taken some massive amount of damage. Just 2 or 3 bullets shy of getting knocked out over there. So that was that did not really happen the way it should have. But for now, 52 Esports. Let's see what Hassan is up to. He's backed off. I think 52 Esports mean no harm. They've given up Monte Nuevo. They can't really go to Chumasera, which means that they have to head inside the circle. I think one of the major reasons why they have backed off is because they've got their vehicles. They've got a decent loot to play around with. But yeah, just patching himself up with those bandages because does not have a lot of first aids. Has to keep it for a certain fight. It's going to be really crucial for them to get their loot. For Metershot Sky also, they have their vehicles. And one Mirado, one pickup truck. We can see all. But they also have to get inside the circle now. 3X Esports. They've gotten down with their loot, I believe. You know, they kind of go in for that spread a little bit. QWERTY. Just around the San Martin area. And a little bit of a, you know, slow-paced matchup. You know, teams do understand it's going to be an important day to secure all those important points. So we're going to see majority of the fights breaking out in maybe the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Absolutely, Fexus. And of course, you perfectly mentioned it, right? This is a very critical and crucial day for these teams. They are playing to be a part of the second Livik map. And to be a part of the Livik map basically implies that you're going to be walking away with bonus points that will help you out in the grand final itself. No team wants to let that opportunity go. And right now, it seems like it is going to be triple who are making that rotation. But Magnus is going to be right around the corner to be able to at least give a little bit of, if nothing else, a threat. That do not try and follow us. And Magnus, of course, as we do have them on our screens, a 2-man split coming in from the side of this team, as they thought that that compound could be theirs for the taking, but it seems like a first blood situation is being drawn right here between Magnus Esports and, of course, Triple Esports as well, as a 2-man coming in from the side of Fastro and Zen. So very close they are to Psycho, along with, of course, his teammate. But which team will it be? Will get that first blood situation? It seems like Psycho's health has gone down, and with that nade parade coming in along, a perfect conversion from Zen, as the first elimination point is going to be confirmed for Magnus. But at the same point of time, a trade has been created right here where Fastro does go down. It seems like a very chaotic mess where Triple Esports are looking very comfortable, but at the same point of time, Magnus is just stretching themselves a little too thin, as they are left with Zen and Finisher, the only two players who now need to deal with the players of course, Triple Esports.
And look at this, you know, Magnus realized 2 players already knocked out, and this is the perfect time to, you know, just back off, get those healings done. But Thug wants to push in. He knows that he's not going to get a better chance at this than that. And Zen, there you go, you know, just jiggling around. Beautiful control of his triggers over there. The way he managed and stabilized himself, managed to get that beautiful finish again, as Magnus have managed to get their players alive. But no, I8 snuffed them out. They realize this is Team Magnus and we need to get in. And this is a perfect time, you know, because they are vulnerable. They are hurt at this point. And Team I8 needs to go in for that elimination out there. And that is exactly what they're doing, Blouter.
Eesh, this is not looking good for Magnus, definitely. Of course, they were able to deal out an opportunistic position right there against the players of Triple Esports, but now it is going to be, of course, Goliath against Goliath, where I8, they are not going to be backing down right here. And, of course, they push on with Ghost's perfect nade. This could definitely damage it a little bit. At the same time, for Zen, he's only left with bandages. Hey, of course, the best part for him is, of course, the level 3 kit that he's working with, but at the same time, look at I8's IQ. This is why we love I8, the IQ play that they are able to make. Now, Ghost, of course, his damage is going on down and lower, and with that, of course, he will lose out on that life of his. At the same point of time, the perfect flank angle from IQ is going to be able to bring in a trade, as well as Magnus are falling down like flies, as one of their players, Faster, has been eliminated. Finish already gone down. Zen and Drolan, the only 2 players who have something that they can do and prove against I8's push.
Look at this, Drolan. He has created a flank of his own, but now does not have enough numbers to fight around with, as I8 losing out on Ghost again. And this is something that I've been talking about, right? Ghost, every single time he enters a fight, he looks a lot confident, sometimes overconfident, and that has really, you know, not working in his favor. Blade, however, getting spotted out. The vehicle bursts open, and there you go. Uzum does get that trade, as IQ also might fall, as Zen definitely fighting it out. Magnus Esports do not want to back off as the Goliaths collide. And this is bloodshed all across the map. I was thinking in the next 5 or 10 minutes, but no. They want to settle the scores right here, right now. Both these teams, none of them really wanting to back off. And this is Zen. It is his time to steal the show. If he wins this 1v1, he's done that in the past, in the previous fight, but Uzum has got a certain advantage over him, but still bobbing and weaving. But Zen comes out through as Team Magnus successfully eliminate I8 outside the lobby. 7 finishes for these lads. And wow, what an adaptation from their side. This is why I'm loving them this week. The confidence that's oozing out of them. Amazing.
Incredible, definitely. And what do you know, Fixes? I mean, it seems like predicted the first blood situation when it came down to the prediction, because it was Magnus and I8 on that prediction chart, and that's exactly what we saw. And what an onslaught that was between these two teams. Of course, in all of that, we did see TmwEsports Esports getting, of course, thrashed down as they were the first team to get eliminated. Along with that, the Goliaths have spoken as I8 do get eliminated, at least for week 2 Goliaths. It is going to be Magnus, but of course, Magnus are now left with just a one-man army. That's going to be Zen. Looking at, of course, the map itself, well, again, the teams are still making those rotations. There is a very, very big area for them to cover. At the same time, for 50 Esports coming in from the northern side, a very comfortable late rotation for them. And the best part is, they've got nothing to worry about. They've got no team to worry about as of yet. Of course, most and majority of the teams are going to be towards San Martin region. But at the same time, the question needs to be raised as to where is the zone taking these fights and taking these teams towards? Could it move towards the war treatment or take a complete southern shift altogether towards San Martin itself? We will find that out pretty soon. But again, I mean, Fixes, this week couldn't have started off with a better note, with, of course, I8 going against Magnus in the first 6 to 8 minutes of the game itself.
Oh, what a start. I mean, I think Magnus still have one of their players surviving, but we can safely say that they're not going to get that chicken dinner unless and until Zen goes, mental over here. But, yeah, I mean, I8, again, the same problems persist. Getting too complacent, not really understanding, no awareness of the map. And, yeah, it all started with Goose just coming straight in front of the players of Team Magnus, getting knocked out, instantly gets finished off, and really needs to work on that, really needs to calm himself down a little bit. And I8 need to have some good observation, because we could see Drolin getting that getting that position on that flank, and they had no idea of such a movement being made, and that was a big one. But taking a look at the shift, it's in towards that eastern side, around that Hacienda del Patron area, where North Esports are right at the epicenter, Quraysh Esports right at the southern areas, Star at the southeast, and 52 Esports, they're also going to have a good time entering inside the zone. But Zen, he cannot really play with that freedom that he usually plays when he's got all 3 of his players alive. So we're going to anticipate him just playing around the edges. Now, this is a perfect time for the other big elephants in the room, right? For the likes of QWERTY, for the likes of, let's say Freestyle, or maybe even TUF. Because everyone's sort of pushing in from that southern side, and we can see, or rather witness, a lot of halabula around that entire region, as Joker is being dropped off his vehicle, and Virus needs to provide that cover fire. I still do not understand why is it getting so late for them. Look at Khan, he's already decided to push in on Virus, and if he is not aware of that, he's gonna pay a hefty price.
Well, he definitely will. And with that, another 2 Goliath teams fighting against each other. It is going to be, of course, T20 QWERTY against the players of TUF. As of now, Edgar has already left this game, of course, from the side of TUF. At the same time, they are at a bit of a stalemate situation against the players of T20 QWERTY, because Joker Sir is already down, and it is going to be very difficult to get that revival story for TUF converted. At the same time, as Fixes did just mention, I8, Magnus, they are pretty much out of the picture. So this means T20 QWERTY, FS, again, they have an opportunity to be able to capitalize. The same would have been, in the same breath, a team called TUF, but sadly, right across, right here on our screen, we can see that they are getting eliminated. What a conversion on the map of Miramar this is turning out to be. And this is just 30 minutes into the game. With that, Magnus's final player Zen is going to be sprayed on upon as he tries to make that rotation. And it is going to be none other than Freestyle, who will, of course, Vasi with his Karel, be opportunistic to be able to capitalize in this. And of course, Montu, we know he is going to be pushing on the envelope to get that perfect elimination point for himself, as they are looking comfortable towards the edge of the zone, at least for now. At the same time, Fixes, I want to go back to that prediction that we spoke about, mate. I mean, what an irony right there. I said it myself, and you so said it, that it is going to be a safe pick. What a safe pick that was. I8 and Magnus both at receiving ends of each other.
Oh yeah, I mean, none of us really anticipated that.
I mean,
at least
that's supposed to be a safe pick, all right?
it was supposed to be a safe pick for us.
Honestly.
But I'll tell you what happened. I can understand. So I8, they were just trying to rotate inside the circle. They saw that the players of Magnus, they're engaged in a fight and they've had a few knocks.
Right.
So they thought, maybe let's just weed them out before they even get even more deadly. And that is where they did not kind of underestimated Team Magnus. It was the right move, but how they positioned themselves in the fight again, that is where the major issue lies. They were not in position, right? Ideally, it was Ghost leading the charge, IQ trying to get the flank. The moment IQ even got to that flank position, but we'll talk about that later, or maybe not, because God Fury has gotten the better out of Magnus. They've also been warded off from the lobby. But yeah, what I'm telling over here is they should have waited before IQ to at least get into that perfect position, because he had to take his sweet time. He had to go undetected, and he created such a beautiful angle. But before even that happened, Ghost instantly got knocked and finished off. Neither Uzum or Blade were in the contention of trading that knockoff, because even after getting knocked, the players of Magnus did come out and gotten that finish also, and they were helpless about it. And Blade did not anticipate that flank coming in from Droll inside. So mistakes after mistakes did get committed by these players, and that is
Definitely
something that they really need to go back to the drawing board and need to address to it, because this was the top team going up against each other, and Magnus proved that they are better, as now Quraysh Esports going after the players of Metershot Sky, not just them but also the players of Freestyle, because Quraysh also do have a good position to play around, and Metershot Sky yet to get inside the circle.
Absolutely, for Quraysh, this could be an opportunity to get those perfect chicken dinner game for themselves, as they are looking comfortable. But at the same time, of course, we are looking at 12 teams remaining. It is going to be Freestyle, who still have not been able to accumulate elimination point for themselves, but a lot of damage they definitely are bringing in for them. At the same point, we of course do see Metershot getting eliminated. 11 teams remaining, 17 minutes into this game. Freestyle's over-aggressive place right there is being put to the test as their buff goes down, of course, from the side of Team Stars. Miracle with a mini 14 in his hand, but at the same time, he's getting a little too close up and personal against FS's players, and FS being right around the vicinity, I'm sure they are going to be rushing and spotting them down really quickly. But Team Star, they are divided. I mean, we see God Fury, who's taken on fight to a different side altogether against H2E and Freestyle. This is the opportunity that we can see them capitalize upon, but can they deliver it with points of their own, as they have already lost one of their teammates? That's going to be Zarbuff. And of course, towards the top right hand side, we can see in the mini map the team in pink is going to be Team Star, which does have their minds kind of segregated in between H2E and the position that H2E is in. Now this is the perfect third party approach that FS could maybe utilize and capitalize upon, but at the same time, it is the blue that is going to be forcing the players of Team Tar perhaps to now get further and further in towards the zone. With that, FS now going to be also looking at 18 players, as Kian and Assad do go down. Now H2E left down with just a 2-man army.
Yeah, I mean, he had to deal with so much trouble, right? Especially trying to make that rotation through that southern side did not really work out, and they should have thought about it. But in the meanwhile, Kurama making good work out of the players of Team T20 QWERTY, as he just keeps on spraying at that direction. Could just find Khan, who eventually just went down to that buggy explosion, and his finish has been stolen. He's going to be pretty mad about that. But for now, TmW in very close contention to the players of 3X, as one of those players, Miri, is on really low HP, as Tyrant, he's been bottomed down by Hasu, and this is the perfect time for even 52 Esports to try and close in the gap and get that finish secured, as two teams pushing at 3X's Esports direction. Kratos and Mary, the two lonesome survivors, how do they make out of it? And yeah, I mean, Reaper still getting picked off over there. 3X holding on to their fort pretty well, but 52 Esports is something that they might not be prepared for, but still want to put up a fight before they go down, as Hasu little aggressive pushing at his direction, as Kratos goes in for a fight, takes out that spray, does connect. It is going to be Mary, as 3X somehow blocked. I do not know how they're doing it, but they're fighting their way, and 52 Esports realize that it's better to get inside the zone rather than pick up a fight, maybe risk the chances of having one of their players knocked out. And that's a smart decision, but maybe they might just be walking to their own graves, because R3D is stationed right where they're heading at.
Oh Yes, that is true. R3D, a perfect entry coming in behind the players of TmwEsports itself. But in all, when it comes to the zone itself, North Esports, this is a team, NES, that has the perfect contestation of the zone, as well as the only compound that is available right here. At the same point in time, when it comes to the teams remaining, H2E get eliminated on the 11th position. Team Star Sultan, a perfect opportunity that he sees in this dip, where FS are, of course, in a little bit of, well, stalemate situation for themselves, because there's no way that they can run. Their position has already been caught on, and it's all boiling down on the shoulders of Malik to be able to, of course, bring that aggressive force down, and he is going to try his level best. But again, the nade parade from Team Star Sultan is just not wanting to stop. He's getting closer and closer, but only a matter of time before he's going to be able to confirm that finish. And yep, there we have it. Along with that, it is going to be North Esports taking that finish point for themselves. But all in all, we are left with 8 teams surviving, as FS as well as 3X do get eliminated. Once again, North Esports, they are the ones looking in contestation to be able to walk away with a chicken dinner sitting in the center of the zone.
Oh yeah, now taking a look at R3D. They've started getting themselves just an inch closer to the circle, but they somehow have to deal with the wrath of TmW, lobbing a few extra smokes, trying to get one of their fallen comrades back alive. But Destroyer has gotten himself blown up as Rafik gets the better out of gravity, as Kurama will put an end towards Hawk. R3D in dire situation right now, as TmW will decide to push at their direction. And there you have it, Quraysh Esports also having few of their players falling down, as 420 boy would want to get that revive onto its gravity, realizes that Molotov coming in and takes a few shots at Rafe, but that's just going to be it. He comes out of his cover, does not have the best of HPs, as now we shift on to another fight. R3D and TmW, a fight going on, and a 1v1 situation between Kurama and Walker, as Kurama successfully eliminates, does not need the help of his teammate M7 in this process, as North Esports quite comfortably defending that compound that they held on to for so long. And if things go this way, they might get a chicken dinner, they might get those points that they were looking out for, could probably make it to the top 12 this weekend.
They definitely are looking likely to be able to do so, but the only team that I'm worried about, rather two, is going to be Team Star as well as, of course, Quantum Rage, who have themselves scattered across that compound. We do have, of course, Quantum Rage's players coming in from the eastern side of the zone, where there is no other team but Team Star that is going to be in contestation. So those two teams can very well make things difficult for the side of NES, but for now, North Esports, they are holding on to their ground very steadily, as we do have the players of TmW on our screens, M7 as well as Kurma, slowly but surely are getting closer and closer to the zone, but still about 70 meters away, as they try and bring in a little bit more damage to the position of Quraysh Esports, and M7 will be easily able to do so, as Rafael goes down. Thankfully, of course, his teammates are going to be around in the vicinity. They will be able to give him that revival. But now we move on to the compound that we have been talking about. North Esports, they are being pushed on from the side of 52 Esports, and they will be stopping them in their tracks, as 52 Esports themselves are down to just a one-man army. A perfect nade dropped on, as Hassan OP is left all by his lonesome. There's no way he's going to be able to give his teammate that revival. Thus, we are going to be looking at a game which is favored towards North Esports. And again, the zone is going to be helping them out because of the compound that is going to be theirs for now. But all in all, the fight that we are going to be most certainly looking forward to right now is going to be Quantum Rage against Team Star. Both of these can, or rather have the capability to walk away with the chicken dinner right here.
Oh, they certainly can. And with, you know, them having all their players alive, that is definitely an added up. As Quantum Rage does manage to get a knock, and Janaza, oh, he's been finished off. TmW, they've definitely exceeded expectations the way they're playing, and I love this. You know, all these bottom order teams are starting to step up, and North Esports still comfortable though, with all their 4 men alive. Usama being knocked out, Miracle still surviving though, but one more grenade from JD might just get the job done. And Team Star in a little bit of a split. There you go, JD does connect, and finally Quantum Rage want to go in with that push, want to clear their backlines before they head on into the game, because now it's going to be such a tough task for them to enter inside the circle. Only one of those players of Team Star remains, and Miracle, he's been finished off. It's just Sultana who's still proning, and 24 seconds, the zone's gonna start closing in, as Avenger elsewhere gets a knock on towards TmW. And this is where TmW might just get finished off. One last player surviving, and there you go. TmW has been dealt with, which leaves North Esports in a really good in a good contention of getting this chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, definitely they are. And now with that confirmed, they know they've got the numbers advantage. They're going to be pushing out of their compound, as Hammer, we can see, is going to be out in front, along with, of course, his teammate Roshan in the backlines to be able to give that cover. And of course, it seems like Quantum Rage's JD is taking on a lot of heat right now as his damage is going down, and that nade raid being brought on is also bringing in a lot of damage. At the same time, Roshan now getting closer and closer to the position of Team Star. Sultan in the backlines is going to be, of course, Avenger OP creating that flank, and this is where North Esports are now defining this game to be theirs, and there is no way they're going to be let down. Right here we do have, of course, that Molotov bringing down Quantum Rage's JD. Now it's all down to Goku if he's going to be able to stop them in the tracks. No is going to be the case, as North Esports is going to be easily walking away with a perfect chicken dinner. The way they started off the league on the map of Miramar, that is how they are closing right here on, of course, day 5 of week 2 with 10 elimination points, moving into the 13th rank. All right, just one more position jump is what they need to be a part of that top 12 to play the Livik map.
Oh yeah, and I think these are still the overall rankings. After week 1 and week 2, I still want to see where do they stand after the chicken dinner, because 10 eliminations, 25 points earned, and definitely getting really close. Now before this game started, they were somewhere around with 94 points at that 15th spot, Lakshay. So this is definitely going to bolster them up, right? You add 25 into the mix, and 104, 100, 114, and 100 in a lot of points.
Well, Fixes has gone into the math right now. But again, we got to keep in mind that week 3 still does remain, so there's still an opportunity for a lot of changes that will take place. But talking about right now, what we're going to do is move on to that short little break. We will stick around. We'll be right back with match number 2 of the day.
Wow.
What a start
an amazing
to the day,
game it was.
Fixes.
Yeah. I mean, just the kind of a start that we wanted, right? Now the bottom teams are pushing themselves. You talk about Team Star, you talk about North Esports, you talk about TmW. Everyone wants to play the Livik map today. And for North Esports, it was, again, quite, let's say the right decisions. It's just about, it's all I can say for them. Because they chose that compound a lot earlier, and that is where the circle just went in directly into the lab. So really good IGL by their players, and all they did was wait for that right moment to come. And once it did, they went all out, spread in, got the players of Quantum Rage, got the players of TmW, got the players over there, and an MVP performance coming in. However, by Team Star, right, especially Miracle. We've seen a lot of 3x's Miracle, but this time it had to be the Miracle from Team Star. 5 eliminations for this lad and 703 damage points in the making. So clearly, played his heart out, and I really liked how Team Star performed in this matchup.
Indeed, and again, nothing taken away from the way that they were not able to get that perfect finish, but at the same time, a very important game for Team Star right here, as they got closer to, of course, that chicken dinner. But along with that, moving ahead towards the players to focus upon, we do have Magnus Zen participating right here, the only player who was able to walk away from that onslaught that was the first or the second fight after TmwEsports Esports getting eliminated on that 16th position. The only player who was able to walk out of there after eliminating I8. Moving ahead, of course, is going to be NmwEsports' Emmer, and his teammate is going to be joining him. That's going to be Roshan on the 5th, along with that Quraysh Esports' Jaguar with 4 eliminations and 463 points, sitting on that 4th spot in the players to focus list. And moving ahead from this towards the match ranking itself, we know NmwEsports walked away with 10 eliminations, along with that a perfect chicken dinner, so 25 points they've been able to accumulate. But look at that, Team Star sitting on that 2nd position based on, of course, the eliminations that they were able to rack up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the match rankings over here is, of course, the way these teams played it out, right? Quantum Rage, Star, Esports, even the likes of TmW. I think we could finally see them going a little aggressive. They do understand the situation, right? Analyzing that they need those extra points, push themselves as far as they can go, and just have 4 games, 3 more games remaining for the day before we do have our top 12 teams. And TmW, for where they are, it's going to be such an arduous task to complete and get to where they are right now. And from here onwards, I really do not know what fate awaits them. But I think if they make work in the right direction, maybe come back stronger like Quraysh Esports did in week number 1 to week number 2, that transition. But as we take a look at the highlights, it was all massacre going on, right? Uzim initially getting one of those knocks off the players of Team Magnus, and they decide to push in. But that is where they kind of made those few mistakes and had to be punished heavily for their misdeeds.
Indeed, that was important, and that was perfectly set up for them. As we, of course, move ahead, as we were talking about Quraysh Esports, a perfect highlight being showcased right there. But moving ahead from that position towards Team Star, as we had them taking on a lot of shots, but overall the zone, the way it dictated these fights, the way it pushed the teams to get into very precarious positions, especially the ones that tried to get into the zone from the southern side, were just not looking comfortable. And this is where Quantum Rage dominated against Team Star, and Team Star left with just a one-man army, was just not able to do much, and that in turn resulted the game going in favor, of course, of NmwEsports, with all 4 of their players still standing. But look at that damage graph. I'm loving it. I spoke about this yesterday as well, and I'm loving the fact that compared to week 1, week 2, all these teams are part of those fights. All of the graphs are slowly but surely rising up.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see, everyone, nobody really shying away. Even for TmwEsports Esports, 437 points of damage. But TUF, there's misery sort of continues, because getting their players picked off, and then T20 QWERTY just charging at the direction. It was just not one team they had to deal with. But yeah, NmwEsports being very consistent over there, just held on to the circle, did not budge a lot. But Team Star, they did make a lot of moves. And we take a look at the overall rankings. Of course, few changes over here. Team Star again somehow managed to get themselves at that 8th position. 4 position jump is what they've taken. And we've always been talking about them, right? Team Star are usually the late bloomers. They take their own sweet time, and towards the end, they somehow make it to the top 5, top 8, top 7, top 6. And with the kind of a very minute difference, one more good game, they might also topple over the likes of TUF. Or maybe if they can get a chicken dinner, I8 also might get crushed apart. But as we take a look, and this is where I really want to see, where do NmwEsports find themselves after this game? At that 13th position, very close to Regicide. But again, Regicide does have that 1 match buffer, and so do the players of the Grounders. But they've really closed in the gap, because Grounders and Regicide, they've not had the best of the games this week. Regicide hasn't really secured a chicken dinner, so yeah, it's gonna be a tough thing for them. But NmwEsports definitely men on a mission.
They are getting closer. They definitely are. And again, you talk about those points. It's only a matter of 3 points difference between NmwEsports and Regicide. And then from Regicide itself, it's only a 1 point shy difference of the Grounders sitting on the 11th position. So very much a possibility for NmwEsports to be able to, of course, in the remaining 3 games for themselves, to be able to rack up those points and work towards the top 12 position to participate in the Livik map today. But with that, let's move ahead, talk about the schedule itself, as the upcoming game is going to be on the map of Erangel, where this time around, Group D D will not be participating.
Yeah, Group D is not going to be playing. That means Quantum Rage, QWERTY, H2E, Triple Esports, PK, they're not going to be a part of this. But we do have Team BABLU, Regicide, the Faulty Devils, and the Grounders making their way in the first game for the evening. And Erangel, I mean, it has been a pretty tricky map because everybody is so well versed with it. Yesterday we did see all these teams just going all out, the first game being so amazing, walking off Team Star playing so well. Then you had even the likes of the other teams, Magnus, as a matter of fact, very good positioning inside the circle, very good approaches, getting those chicken dinners, and they have not looked back ever since. And if this sort of keeps on going, if this sort of continues, I mean, who's going to touch Magnus? Because it was an unfair fight for Team Magnus against I8, where I8 had the first knock, had that good setup and everything running, and despite that, Magnus did come out swinging and still managed to beat them, which is where we address another issue. We're still tied up.
Yes.
This needs to break. Who do you think?
All right.
Lakshay.
Well. This time around, I want to go ahead and pick a team that should be able to walk away with a chicken dinner for themselves on the map of Erangel. Is going to be Freestyle. Freestyle, deliver it and get us that chicken dinner this time.
All right, you're going for a gamble. I mean, I'd love that for myself as well.
It is going to be a little bit of one of those hit and miss sort of an opportunity right here.
Somewhere I really feel, Metershot Sky for me in this game.
All right.
A little bit of a Metershot Sky because I can feel it coming, because not the best of the first games, but definitely Erangel has been one of their strong suits, right? And they can perform. And since, you've gone with a gamble, I'll also take mine. And Freestyle, I mean, the big issue for them was to really get inside the zone, because it was a cluster of so many teams moving inside the circle from that southern side, right? It was just fights happening left, right, and center. You take a fight against one, then the other one responds, and Team Star benefited massively from it. And not just them, it was also the players of Quantum Rage who capitalized on the situation. While North Esports was still inside that compound, did not budge until and unless the zone fell upon them, and they knew that this is the moment to strike. This is where they have their opponents at their weakest point, and just go and put the final nail in the coffin and get the job done. And North Esports again having one of those Miramar success. So nothing can be said. Maybe the other teams could also come out winning. Maybe Team BABLU might come out with the chicken. Anything can happen. And let's just find out. We've taken it to the skies, and it's going to be an interesting one. Milta Power to shooting range. So a few of those teams are going to have a little bit of trouble getting to their desired drop location.
Oh, I'm liking this. The zone favoring itself towards the northeastern side of the map, clearly indicating to me that the zone would probably be either towards that Gatka quarry, or out of the blue could maybe once again take us all the way back to the Miramar base itself. My apologies, the military base itself. As I'm trying to still see where can these teams, will they even change their drop location or contestation at all, if at all there will be a case of that happening or not. Unlikely. After all, this is week 2's final day. The teams are very accustomed to their drops, and they know exactly what to anticipate. At the same time, BABLU is going to be very comfortable with the flight path, as they do have that North Georgia this time around that will be able to factor in and favor them. Same is going to be the case for Metershot, as they love that no Rapnoy. And yep, there's that, the zone does, I mean, again, a very comfortable zone is what I'm going to call this, as again, till the second shift itself, it is going to be uncertain as to what to anticipate from the zone, because all the teams are going to be in a close proximity and vicinity of the zone. But after that second zone, that is where the turmoil is going to be felt from the teams that love to make that late rotation, namely TmwEsports as well as Metershot. Now again, for Metershot, it has worked out beautifully, especially as Fixes has picked this team on the map of Erangel. That is where Metershot have delivered in style as well in a single day itself. So Erangel map definitely favoring them, and the pick from Fixes, I would definitely agree with you that this has to and could definitely be a Metershot game. But we will come back to that topic, as right now in the center we do have 3X Esports. A bit of a split coming in from their side in terms of how they're approaching this this zone, but again, they are in the center, so for now the control is going to be theirs. But where can we anticipate a first blood being drawn in this battleground? Probably towards Rozok, as we do have, of course, North Esports in close proximity, along with 3x being around in the vicinity as well.
I mean, taking a look at this zone, I mean, Magnus, they're going to be so happy about it, right? One of their circles in which they really thrive in, and they have performed and they have delivered. But this is again coming down to the fact that Regicide dropping off at Milta, Metershot Sky are aware of all the risks, but they kind of tend to enter in pretty late inside the circle. 3x Esports again, that little bit of a split, going around that school area. Then you've got that Water City, then the ruin. So it's pretty evident they're gonna have a good, decent loot. So considering the fact that H2E they're not gonna be playing, Team BABLU will have the entire northwestern Georgia Paul City available to them, but money, I'm kind of surprised. I really need to process why would he go for a 3-1 split and such a huge one at that. I mean, what are they trying to make out of this? Are they anticipating a northern circle? Or was it just a misclick? He was maybe away from his device and suddenly realized, oh, shoot, I need to drop. And he could have messed up. There are multiple possibilities out there. What do you think Lakshay could have gone wrong?
Honestly, he's not moving, mate. I mean, that's what I'm dreading right now for Quraysh Esports. He's not moving.
The third probability.
So that could be a third possibility where the team might be looking at a 3-man squad for this upcoming game, for this map of Erangel. But we'll come back to that. We'll see if that'll be the case or not. I do not want to be the bearer of bad news, but that's what I see. Bring it in a third possibility as you ask the question. But at the same time, again, that first blood that we were talking about, the first blood position or other possibility, it is looking a little slim, at least for now, from these teams. They are all so perfectly distributed on the entire map of Erangel. No one in close proximity to each other. Again, there is a little bit of a cluster against that Rozok area, but that again is from this zoom top view of the map. When we are down at the Rozok area itself, all the teams are going to be pretty much busy just looting as swiftly as they possibly can. Along with that, we move on ahead towards the players of TUF, who are, of course, going to be finding themselves towards the South Georgia region and are scattered. And, of course, for now, they don't need to worry about anything whatsoever at all. They are in the zone. Team BABLU is going to be towards the North Georgia. They have both of these teams, in fact, have the opportunity to perfectly get those loots segregated. But in all of this, now for BABLU, one thing they need to keep in mind or be cautious of is going to be the players of TmW. TmW is a team that has moved themselves towards Zarki, and we can see that Reaper is the scout from the side of TmW who has slowly but surely made his entry into the zone. Now, if Reaper is able to spot out the players of BABLU, again, they automatically know for a fact that North Georgia, BABLU is probably going to be there. So perhaps TmW for now are not going to be interested in that. But at the same time, there is a possibility, there is a chance for either of the teams, either BABLU or TmW, to be able to spot each other. And that is where I thought that first blood could be drawn. But as of now, it seems unlikely, as the teams are taking this final day of week 2 very, very seriously. They know exactly what's on the line. They want to be a part of that bonus map of Livik, which will be the 6th game of the day, viewers. After all the 5 games are done, this is already the 2nd game that we are a part of, the 2nd match, as these teams, they try and bring their level of play up. Team Star going to be, again, looking very comfortable because of the position that they are in. Very close to, of course, the edge of the zone for now, but nothing that they need to worry about from the northern side.
But we did see the players of Magnus making some early movements, right? Especially finisher. And that sort of, provokes me into thinking that maybe they wanted to secure those vehicles or whatever it could be. But Hasni, a little bit of a laughter. And for all the good reasons, because Quraysh Esports have had an amazing week so far. Team I8, they're trying to get themselves inside the zones, and so have the players of Regicide. Now, this is where everyone's just ramming their heads as to where the circle is going to be taking a shift, because we have seen different iterations of this particular zone, right? We have seen it go towards the southern side of Katka sometimes. We've seen that hybrid circle also kick in. There are possibility could end up at ruins, but TUF, another team that we really need to talk about, because the way they started off in Miramar was really uncalled for. The way they got picked off, And it feels like they're kind of missing that edge, that's something that they had in week number 1. And for the TUF fans, because this was definitely one of those teams to watch out for, and one of those very interesting prospects, because TUF, being one of the oldest squads in the Pakistan region, had what it takes, and finally after so long they found that perfect team. They found those aggressive plays, but this time they've sort of been missing. But look at this, could get in contention against the players of Team BABLU. Any single moment. Edgar trying to close in on the distance against Teen Wolf. The question is he aware of Teen Wolf's presence? Because now, making sure, moving around with your vehicles, he's heard Teen Wolf. He knows that there's someone in the nearby vicinity, goes in for the sprays but does not really connect, as Teen Wolf would escape into safety.
Oh, be careful what you wish for is what we are being shown right here from the side of TUF, as we wanted to see them aggressive from them side, an aggressive stance. Well, that is what has been proven as they try and catch up to the position of BABLU. Now, again, BABLU also know that the team is around in the vicinity. At the same time, TUF, the team is a little scattered. They have made their push away from that South Georgia towards, of course, this mountain. And this is going to be the perfect position for TUF to work towards. No matter what team tries to get a hold of this mountain, TUF is already up on top. They will have the better advantage of course, knowing where the team is pushing from. And along with that, once again, TUF are going to be at the edge as they made that rush to the mountain, as the zone has already moved on ahead. With that, a late rotation being showcased once again from the side of Metershot on the map, on the southern side of the map itself. And that is what we've seen from them. So we're kind of used to it, we're accustomed to it. But where exactly are they going to be entering from? We do see Khatir going into the blues itself, perhaps to get a little bit more loot for himself. But as of now, again, it is anybody's game for the taking. Right in the center, we do have R3D's players looking comfortable. North Esports' player going to be making that rotation, as well as, of course, 3X and Magnus. Now this is where chaos is going to start ensuing in the next minute or two, as these teams start rotating to get themselves comfortable in the zone, as well as find a decent compound to take control of.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering this particular circle, I think the likes of Magnus, 3X, they're going to benefit massively from it. And maybe even North Esports, if the circle again takes a little bit of a shift towards that northern side. One thing for sure, we know that these lads know how to play, or rather know how to defend their compounds. But 3X really closing in on Team Magnus. And it is going to be interesting to see if they would want to get a push at the direction. They must be quite aware of the fact that, Team Magnus is stationed around Pochinki, and they're having the time of their life. So it's going to be a bad idea to mess around with them. Considering the fact that Miracle has let loose of a few shots, it's going to be a troublesome situation, as Maxi spotting out Kratos from the far of Frey hasn't really connected with that DP28. I mean, this weapon at a time used to be one of the most deadliest of the weapons, and for all the good reasons, because once you go spraying with DP28, you never go back, and has gone through a lot of nerfs. And now it's kind of balanced, I must say. You need that certain level of control to play around with. And finally, I think our questions have been answered. Mani indeed was maybe disconnected, was not playing, as a result of which he just went down. And that's not a good news for Quraysh Esports, right? Because playing with a 3-man at such an important stage of the game. I mean, they're the ones contending for that second spot. Right, Quantum Rage, they're not playing in this game, but they'll be back in the next. And Quraysh Esports would want to, build up a good amount of lead, as TmW trying to spot out the players of TUF. Let's see if they can get a knock, or maybe two, or maybe just hold on and wait for the next circle shift, because it's been a central cluster all along, right? 3X, Magnus, I8, everybody positioning themselves. Maybe could see a fight between the Grounders and I8. But that doesn't seem to happen, as I8 has decided to back off.
For now, they definitely are going to be backing off. A bit too far stretched out sort of a fight for them to take as of now. But again, that that same thing could have been said in the previous game as well for Miramar, where I8 decided to take that fight and then push on ahead as they got that knock confirmed, but then sadly were eliminated from Magnus' side. With that, it seems like the fights are now brewing, as we do have Team Stars players also taking on shots. Along with that, the zone is going to be constricting in just another second or two, and that in turn is going to be showcasing as to where the teams are going to be rotating. And there we have it. We are looking at the side of TUF looking at a comfortable position as of now, but on our screens, of course, Team Star, the shots that they were taking place were against the players of R3D, as R3D's Anubis has already gone down. His teammate has left for another possibility, which is going to be to survive for as long as he possibly can. At the same time, Team Star is getting hammered on upon from the side of R3D's Hawk, as Miracle has been eliminated. Of course, the knock is the only thing that Team Star got, but it seems like R3D have been able to confirm that retaliatory fire into a point for themselves, as they are now looking at a 4v3 situation. But at the same time, we'll have to see if R3D is going to be able to get that revival story converted for Anubis or not.
Oh yeah, I mean, R3D not in the best of situations. Team Star, they've been having a really good time lately, but Hawk needs to watch out. Sultana right in front of him, just around those fences. One good grenade from Hawk's side. Maybe he's been spotted out. Sultana trying to make it inside, and Hawk lets him pass. Does not have the Hawk eyes, did not show that killer instinct, and Sultana is alive, at least for now. Look at R3D, the kind of a spread. It's really absurd from their side. And now they also have to figure out their means of escape inside the circle, because the circle has taken a certain shift, and Team Freestyle, they're in real good contestation. Regicide taking all the way from that southern side. Destroyer somehow barely surviving. One more bullet connected and he was done. And Sultana is not going to be happy about it. But Quraysh Esports, they've despite all odds, they've made it to the center of the zone. They would have a compound to themselves and would want to defend it with all their might. As Metershot X Sky, they're also going to be taking that southern route. So I think I really like the rotations coming in from all these teams. And for now this is the time where Team Star will have to make a run inside the zone.
Indeed, as you were talking about rotations, I was looking at the northern rotation coming in from the side of BABLU. They were at Giorgio and now are going to be pushing on in towards the zone, and in front of them is going to be TmW, who made an earlier rotation from Zarki, as we were talking about earlier. So now it is going to be a fight between perhaps it could be a fight between TmW and BABLU making that rotation. At the same time, for Metershot, they have made their entry and the presence has been felt from their side, from the southeastern side of the zone itself, where I8 is going to be patiently waiting. And along with that, R3D's Hawk is finally delivering the punches that he needed to with a nade against Sultana, as of course Sultana does go down, and R3D's Walker is going to be confirming that point for himself and his team, as they are looking at a 2 elimination point for now in that fight. With that, of course, the Blues have caught up to them, and along with all of that, it is going to be another shift coming in from the zone, as we are looking at the players of NES very comfortable, TUF very much in a perfect position, and the compound still in control of them to be able to get this game for themselves. But they need to be wary of course, the team that is approaching from the north. That's going to be BABLU.
Oh yeah, at this point, Team BABLU, they're going to make it from that northern side. TmW right beside them. Regicide again taking that longer rotation, and so are the players of I8. Quantum Rage not playing, but Quraysh Esports have one of their players inside, and now in a fight against the players of Freestyle, as Malik has managed to successfully heal himself up as the grenade comes in, but Malik does not care, goes in with that S12K, does manage to connect that one shot, will instantly want to use that grenade for himself, would want to secure that knock, and he knows how to ricochet it off. But has it done any decent amount of damage? That's the big question, as the cavalry has arrived for Quraysh, as Hasni comes in. And even the backup from Freestyle is also there, as Mom2 chimes in into the fight. And Malik again low tossing a grenade. Can he make it at that right area? Can he take down Hasni as he's getting really close? Oh, Hasni, he's taken a decent amount of damage, as Mom2 also, but Malik in turn falls down. And this is the perfect time for Quraysh to make a push. But we need to understand the fact that they do not have the entire squad with them. As Hasni, he's gonna try and go for one more. This time gets two. And this is where maybe Jaguar also can come in. But Hasni in turn gets knocked out by Wasi. As Jaguar still not making any movements, finally decides to jump. And this is where he's gonna go in inside this murky smoke. Finds the players inside the kitchen. Just goes spraying down with his M249. But that's not gonna be enough. As Zerbaf deals with him successfully. And Freestyle somehow have managed to keep all their players alive. Will get that quick res. And now they are the winners of this particular compound at least.
Oh man, I definitely anticipated a little bit more from the side of Quraysh right there. The fight that they took, all of them should have pushed in together. We of course still had one of their players, Rafael, so far out on the mountain. If only he would have been able to push on onto the compound itself, it could have been the end of FS right there. But again, FS in the opportunity were able to keep their heads cool, and of course with that will be able to walk away with all 4 of their players, and of course along with that the elimination points secured for them. As we look at Team BABLU towards the Ruins region from the northern side, as we were talking about, they've made their entry into the zone, but now they want to make their presence felt. They want to be able to convert some points, some elimination points for themselves. 13 teams are remaining. I8 has made another bold rotation. From the south is where we saw the entry from I8, and now they've made that curveball shift from them, from the southern side to get into the zone as it rotated from the western front, where I8 have no team to worry about. As far as, of course, worry is concerned, it seems like Metershot have a little bit of a concern up their sleeve, as Magnus is going to be the one that they need to deal with. With all 4 players standing from the side of course, Metershot Sky, they are playing it safe, at least for now, but they are definitely surrounded from all the directions at this edge of the zone.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. Meteorshot Sky still in a good contention, but now they have to get inside the circle, and doing that, they will have to pick a few fights. And well, Halsey and Khatir is trying to go upstairs, maybe get a better vantage view, but the players of Magnus lie in hiding. There's Zen in his Zen mode, not really moving a muscle. And we've seen what this lad can do. Gets so many of those crucial frags for his team, as Pharaoh lobbing that grenade at the players of the Faulty Devils. Sad Boy had taken quite a decent amount of damage, as Styler still doing well. Pharaoh somehow taking this fight all by his lonesome. Starting to wonder why, as Maxi gets the better out of one of those players out there from 3x, as Uzum finds out the players of Team BABLU right out in the open. He's kind of caught off guard with nowhere to run and hide. Has managed to get knocked down, and this is where Team I8 are in shambles again. They will have to somehow lead their IGL, get inside the circle, because the revive cannot come in through, as Freestyle would want to capitalize on the situation, as I8 somehow had broken apart, but no, IQ just turns around, sprays at Malik, gets that beautiful knock secured.
Oh, that is unreal. That is unreal. Through the smoke, how IQ was so precise in getting Malik down. Of course, Malik was bringing in a spray of his own against, of course, I8's players right there. But it seems like Mom2 is going to be right around the vicinity to give that revival, a crucial revival. But it seems like I8, they are getting caught to try and get into the zone. Blade has been dropped down thanks to, of course, BABLU. Now, I8, they are in a little bit of a sandwich situation. From one side is going to be BABLU. From the other side, of course, was FS. But, of course, we know the aggressive streak that I8 love to play with. And that is what they are pushing on ahead with only IQ and Ghost, as Blade has already gone down. Now it seems like it has gone down to a one-man squad for I8, as of course 2 of their players, well, never mind that, it is going to be the entire squad of I8 getting eliminated right there thanks to BABLU's approach. And now this has been again a boon for Freestyle's players, as they are the remaining ones in that fight. And again, in all of that, they have been able to get that revival, and all 4 players still standing.
Oh, look at Daku. I mean, he's getting pressed upon from 2 different angles, and well, Styler will get that final finish on him, and eventually just gets knocked out. 3x. Alright, they're also getting hammered down one by one, one after the other, as now Mom2 just trying to spray in. TmwEsports do need to get that revive onto its Maxi, as Freestyle try to make an entry inside the circle. They will have to go against the tyrants in the room. That is Team BABLU over here, as trades are coming in from both these sides. Zabaf with this grenade can make some really good work. Zibian has been spotted out, barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Zabaf trying to jump around. Teen Wolf, oh, he should not be doing that. because one good grenade and Byan might fall. Teen Wolf definitely gets eliminated, but Zabaf also being shot at, maybe from a different direction altogether. But Freestyle, they still know they've got their work cut out for themselves. Azibian, oh, this is a risky angle. This is maybe something that Team Freestyle never anticipated. No, Zibian trying to put a fight. Zibian has taken some damage. Maybe they've seen the projectile of that grenade goes in. Ham takes one down. Can he get Momtu as well? Because he was barely surviving. But somehow Freestyle managed to clutch it out. Now with the 6th circle trying to close in on them, they will have to get inside the circle. Something that is being well defended, well guarded by the players of Regicide.
Ooh, and from the north, we still do have TUF's players also part of this entire fight and spray. And of course, they have all 4 players standing with that. Look at Zen. Exactly right. He's right behind in the vicinity of Metershot's position. And Metershot are getting hammered on upon. They've got all the smoke walls created right here as Ash MVP goes down from the side of TFD's approach. And this is where Zen can capitalize in this situation and take on the fights and take and steal away those points for himself.
Oh, did you see that? It did manage to take down the whole squad over there.
Yep, right. Wow. Oh, wow. Zen again. Magnus. This is the reason why they are setting up on top in week 2. This is the reason why a one-man army. And that is what Zen is doing perfectly right there.
Oh, God, Lakshay. I mean, this man, he is on a whole different level right now. But Freestyle, they need to carve their way inside the circle, and they're doing exactly that. Having lost out on Wasi and Malik, it all comes down to Montu and Zarbaf as one of the players of Regicide comes out, just, trying to jiggle around that little cover that he has to play around as Baz, trying his level best to maybe get in, get that finish done. But all that Momtu is doing is try and buy time enough so that they could get that rest back up. As now he's just gonna lob that Molotov as again Baz trying to push in at his direction. Freestyle, they are definitely doing it, Blotter, and I'm loving every bit of it. Perfectly well executed play. Knew exactly what they wanted as Zabaf instantly just goes after Thor after giving that revive to his teammate. Team Freestyle might just get this chicken dinner.
Oh, I loved that to and fro from Momtu, of course. He was just toying away with his food right in front of him and finally decided to, all right, you know what, enough is enough. Let's just bring him down and Molotov from one side. On the other side, of course, was the push and converted that into, of course, an elimination for himself and his team. With that, the players of FS, they are just not wanting to stop. I was talking about how TUF had the numbers advantage. Well, it has been dwindled down. And, of course, TFD is also part of this entire spray and fight as well. With that, TUF's Edgar has created a flank angle, but that spray has not connected. Zarbaf given another sigh of relief, but at the same point of time, now Zarbaf and of course Wasi, now they need to be very careful of this angle. I'm not entirely sure if Zarbaf was able to spot out that spray from Edgar or not, because he's still holding that exact same angle. He has not yet sprayed upon TUF's Edgar. Perhaps he does not really know as of yet, but TFD with the numbers advantage favoring him. And look at Magnus again, Zen, the final player, he's still right there. And looking at the top right hand side of our zone, we can clearly see the team in brown is going to be Zen, the one final player who is towards the southern side of the zone, all by his lonesome. He has no worry at all, and this could definitely push the players of Magnus to at least a second, third position. But with that, Esports still part of this fight. Previous game was definitely theirs, and now it's going to be Maxi and Roshan. Before they go down from the Blues, they want to be able to convert points, and defeat points is what they're working towards, with only one elimination confirmed as of yet. It seems like Esports is also going to be left with just a one-man army, as Maxi, he is not going to be able to get that revive.
Oh, certainly not. But like taking a look at TUF, they're in good contention of getting this chicken dinner. Look at them, just trying to Molotov burn Freestyle up as the floor is lava. Still, Freestyle unfazed. They know they have a chicken dinner in the making. They know they're gonna give Plotter that extra 1 point on his predictions.
So I'm worried about.
Yeah, I know. You're on the edge of your seats at this point.
Yes.
But Zen, I mean, he's been making some immense plays out there. The sneaky assassin getting the better out of Metershot Sky. They had no idea of his position as the faulty devils get the better out of the final player of Esports. Roshan goes down. But at the 5th position with decent amount of finish points, Esports, they're going to take it for themselves. But Edgar finally decides to move in, but has been spotted out by Momtu. Oh, that shot just whizzing past his ears. Still somehow alive as Joker gets the better out of Sad Boy as the fight has already begun. But, the Faulty Devils do understand. They've heard those noises coming out from Zen. They're not going to let him pass just like that. But Zen, he is for sure not going to go without a fight. Did manage to take some decent amount of damage inflicted on the players of the Faulty Devils. As Tyler, he could just burn down, but a little too aggressive and had to pay the price. But this is exactly the kind of an opening that the likes of Freestyle wanted if they need to take down the Faulty Devils at this point.
Oh, thank you so much, Magnus Zen. You have done a huge favor right here for my prediction point, as well as, of course, the position for FS. Now, TFD, they're in a little bit of a troublesome situation for themselves, as they now need to deal with the three-man approach of FS. And look at the defeat points, the eliminations that FS have been able to accumulate. 13 already confirmed, and now they push on ahead for that luck to be able to convert it into, of course, a chicken dinner for themselves. TFD, again, a big thanks to, of course, Zen for his approach right there, as TFD's numbers were dwindled down. And now, TFD, they are getting themselves a little too lackluster. At the same time, the Blues is also catching up to them. A very tricky position for them to be able to convert this into a game for themselves. But again, the best part is that vehicle right there is the best cover. But are there any more Molotovs? Are there any utilities left from FS's side? As we do have Leon OP on our screens, he does have those two Molotovs that can definitely help him out. But at the same time, his vest is damaged beyond repair. At the same time, of course, the entire squad of TFD, they're coming in from a very shallow angle. I mean, they're all scattered together as a bunch. I mean, not scattered, sorry. They're all together as a bunch, and this is where, the utility has been utilized to perfection. FS losing out on two of their players. They're above the only man standing, and oh no, TFD take it with a storm right there. FS, you were so close. You were close, yet so far. With that, it seems like the prediction list is still going to remain at 4-4. But what a conversion right there from TFD. Again, a valiant effort, definitely it was, because they had the numbers advantage. They played it cool, they played it safe, did not overutilize, did not over-aggress. And thus returning, of course, is going to be a chicken dinner for them.
Oh yeah, barely just missing out on that crucial chicken. And oh, what a game it was, Lakshay. I mean,
come on.
I feel you. I know that feeling.
So
you know,
close.
Ayat has done that to me twice yesterday. So yeah, it's the best for you. But yeah, I think breaking things down, it all came down to the final moment where I really felt, you know, Freestyle should have pushed when they already wiped out the players of TUF. Maybe they were kind of trying to respect the circle, but the only big issue was that they did not have any cover, a solid cover to play around, and their positions were well compromised. And the moment, you know, the players of the 40 Rebels went towards that, you know, that northern side, that is where they got that clear opening, that one grenade doing so much of damage. And we're definitely going to talk about that fight and a lot more, but after this short little break. Oh, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Blotter is definitely not happy, so he's gonna take a little bit of a break. But you know, Shadow was gracious enough to join us, and yeah, Blotter just missed out on his prediction just by this margin, Shadow, this margin. And what a game it was, right? And now we're witnessing, you know, all these teams at the very bottom rack up those chicken dinners, right? Starting off with North Esports. Now the Faulty Devils have also met the mark. Oh, it's an interesting one. But now, taking a look at the MVP, it's going to be Wasi. So how did you feel about the game sitting from the sidelines?
Well, Team Freestyle, they had the numbers advantage and everything working in their favor, and Wasi was the guy. In fact, yesterday also, Wasi was the guy who was relaying so much information to his teammates in the last match where they got a winner chicken dinner. At this time, Wasi getting 6 elimination points. Good performance coming from this particular guy. Not just once, so many times.
Oh yeah, I mean, out of everything and all, Freestyle, they really played their hearts out every single time they got themselves into those fights, you know, starting off that big one against Quraysh Esports, then the ones to follow up. But Zen has to be my favorite player. The way he showed that patience, that steely demeanor, and went up and just wiped my prediction away. Metershot Sky had no clue. He was still hiding in that little dumpster over there. And Metershot Sky, they just got melted. But for freestyle, again, a beautiful game for them. 13 eliminations coming in, 25 points. And regardless, I mean, getting the chicken dinner, but still on top. Faulty Devils, 9 eliminations, a really good game from their side as well. And a good recovery from the players of TUF. Not a lot of finishes though, but getting that third position will definitely bolster them up. And Zen, he was alone for a long time, but still, that was not enough to take him down, and went out of the 4th spot, but still make sure that he had his team in those, top orders, still in contention, still making sure he had a sizable amount of lead against the 2nd position in case, I think that was Quraysh Esports.
Certain Quraysh Esports, they have been having a good outrun, but I'm impressed by the performance of Faulty Devils. They have finally started stepping up, but isn't it too late? Because will they be able to come into top 12?
I mean, yeah, that is 100% true, because no matter what they do, unless and until they get chicken dinners in whatever the next games they have to play, at least we still have, if I'm not wrong, 3 more games for them. And if they get 3 chicken dinners, maybe anything is possible, right? But that's just being an ideal situation. But freestyle, I think they had gotten themselves into the mix of action every single time, and especially this fight against Regicide, it was pure brilliance from Mom2. First delaying, first buying enough time for freestyle to get the revives on their players, and then just going ham. And the Faulty Devils, no matter, despite whatever circumstances that they were in, and look at this little high ground advantage they had, and freestyle just could not do anything about it. This is where it came down to Zervaf, who should have had that information that there's someone trying to creep in from that higher angle, and that little ridge also helping them out. And the Faulty Devils getting a beautiful chicken dinner. We have seen them have consistent games so far, and entering in, managed to pull out a decent amount of result. But for the likes of I8, again, those mistakes keep on continuing. 52 Esports, well, they're out of contention for sure. And the same can be maybe said for the other teams like TmwEsports as well. Star not really having a good game, but North Esports not having either, just getting few placement points, but could make some massive changes in the overall standings, because not a lot of points were separating these teams. And let's take a look at the rankings over here from the overall leaderboards that we have post match 22. And there you can see, I mean, freestyle have made quite a plunge. 159 points collected, 3 positions up. But Metershot Sky and I8, they're again on a steady decline, but not a lot of points, separating these lads.
Freestyle, they have taken a jump by 3 points, definitely helping their case, but I8, their misery is still continuing. But BABLU, they had good games, they had bad games. Team Star also in the last match, yes, they were not able to grab points in the terms of defeat points or the placement points, but yes, they were dishing out good damage. But other than the last games, Team Star and Team North Esports, they have showcased very good performance in certain games. But TmW is one of the team, other than Reaper from this squad, they have failed to make an impact.
Oh yeah, I mean, they certainly haven't really, made some big moves, and you would want to have them, come back stronger. I think that's the silver lining that we've been searching out for. But this is what we were talking about, right? North Esports now up at that 11th spot, which leaves QWERTY and the Grounders at 12th and 13th respectively. But still, the good thing is that they still have that 1 match buffer for themselves, which certainly North Esports does not. And QWERTY also needs to step up. I mean, this is not acceptable from their side, especially QWERTY being such a dynamic team and haven't really performed, and of course did not play this game. But once they come out in the next matchup, as we take a look at the schedule, they really need to start delivering. And the next match is going to be played in Miramar, Shadow. Teams from Group C, they're going to be sitting this one out. And by Group C, we'd mean Team TUF, 3X, North Esports, and TmW. Now, this is where North Esports will get their reality check. they barely missed out of that first week by mere points, and so were the players of H2E. But H2E does not really seem to be in that race, because H2E never had that kind of a run going on for themselves in this particular week. They stepped up. They were the late bloomers in week number 1, but week number 2, it went all astray, and they haven't really recovered or played the way they should have, or the way their true potential lies, and have been dealing with the brunt of it. But I know I hate to ask this to you, but you know what it's time for.
Prediction.
Yes.
A big fat 0. But it's going to turn 1 today, because I'm going to stick with a single team, which I'm very sure they are getting one more chicken dinner. That is Magnus Esports.
Gone safe and sound. It's all right. I mean, yeah, for you, of course. But for me, I would really want Team Quraysh T20 to win this one out, because the position that they are in is quite unacceptable, and they know how to thrive under pressure, how to deal with such situations. And we have seen them getting those Miramar chickens, even in the past. The one against Team BABLU, if my memory serves me right. They were the two teams. It was a northern circle, and they made good work around that. So for me, it is definitely going to be Team T20 QWERTY. And for Shadow, she's going to go with Magnus. And yeah, I mean, Magnus have been the most consistent team, despite losing out on 3 of their players very early on. Zen somehow enters into his Zen mode and delivers for his team when nobody was anticipating, especially Metershot X Sky. They would be having nightmares of what just happened. They were a full man squad. They had 2 of their players knocked out, and Zen knew this was the moment to strike. Lob in a few grenades, get all those knocks coming in, take that entire squad wiped out for good. And not just that, he managed to also propel his team to the top 4 position. So that is incredible stuff that Team Magnus have been doing. But for i8, they are really getting thrashed and bashed in week number 2. Really hopeful that they come out stronger and swinging in week 3.
Well, certainly, because week 2, it was only day number 1 when they accumulated the maximum points, because day number 3 was entirely not in their favor, grabbing only 11 points. That is something we didn't expect from Team i8, especially in total of 4 matches that they played. So yeah, i8, they need to bring something new on the table, I feel, because their game have already been read by so many teams. They have a fixed drop location every single time in every single map. So if they go for something out of the box, or maybe some dynamic drop comes from their side, things might work in their favor.
I mean, I kind of do not agree with what you just said, and I'll tell you why. Because it has never been the drop that has been concerning matter for them, right? They have not been contested, right? They have not been taken down over at military base. But what has been a bigger problem is how they are engaging in fights these days, right? Especially that first game Miramar fight, where Magnus, they were faltering down, they had their players knocked out, and despite that, they lost that fight. And even in the fight before, they were taking those unnecessary fights where they should have been focusing more on getting inside the circle. And even while they are taking those fights, they're kind of unaware of their surroundings. I think that is something that they really need to address right now, because it was just not Team BABLU that they had to go along with against, and it was also the players of Freestyle that were nearby. And the timing of their entry inside the circle, I mean, till the 2nd or the 3rd zone, they're doing quite well. But the moment after that, when it comes down to take those fights, they're kind of scattered into bits and parts, and one after the other, they just keep getting taken down. There's no traits. I think they sort of have to resort to something that Freestyle did. Stick together. Just do not, just hover around here and there. Take those fights together, stay together, because even if your player gets knocked out, you're there, at least in that vicinity, to provide that cover fire, get that trade. And that is missing drastically from Team i8. And that is where my complaint and my concern has been. And every single one of them, watching this broadcast would be thinking, what really went wrong with them? This is exactly that's what's going wrong with them right now. And they really need to fix it, because if they don't, I mean, you would want to have that momentum carrying forward. And with the way Magnus have been playing, I'm pretty sure they will have a good week number 3 if they're not stopped. So that is something that i8 need to understand.
Do you think it's the overconfidence? Because in week number 1, Team i8 was so confident in the frontal battle, and like you pointed out, I have to agree now, because the way you explained, yes, it is where Team i8 is lacking. because the frontal battle, they are way too scattered and spread out. Is it the overconfidence that they have in their firepower?
Yeah, maybe because now imagine week 1 to week 2. If I can have the stats with me from production, it could be very well shown. Ghost, where has he been? He's not delivered in week 2. He's completely been invisible. It has always been about Blade and Uzum, and maybe in certain occasions IQ really getting those trades for their team, playing that support role that Crypto was there for. But where is Ghost? Because every single time Ghost goes in, tries to take a fight, boom, knocked out. And trying to, cover up those mess up, you have more knocks following up. Right? It has always been the go-to story for Team 8 every single time. It's not just the first time that's happening, right? It's been repetitive. Ghost goes in for an entry frag, out. He's been dealt with. And that is something that they need to understand. And there are certain times, Uzum has been amazing, but we've seen those few instances kind of get to a little overconfident, not really overconfident, overambitious with their peak. Get a knock, goes in for that finish, that's where he gets traded off. Now, those small little mistakes, that is very minuscule. But those small little mistakes are the factors which are creating difference between I8 getting a chicken and them ending at the second position. But for now, leaving everything aside, we head off into the battlegrounds once again, as the map is as the flight path is sort of dissecting the map into two halves, all the way from Los Egos towards the water area that we have. It's been a long time, the Oasis. I would love to see a zone forming around there, but we've seen a lot of those southern circles. We've seen a lot of those El Pozo Monte Nuevo circles. Where do you think the circle is going to be, Shadow?
This time you and me are sharing the same mind. I want to see a Oasis circle, because that is one of the drop location or one of the area of Miramar that is most of the players are unaware of. That is a topography that most players tend to avoid because it's on the extreme sides, and Miramar is not a map where you want to go on the extremities, because a circle, you have to prioritize a circle in Miramar specifically. So I would love to see a Oasis circle, but right now BABLU again going for a volatile drop, and if we get to see or witness a southern circle, Team H2E, BABLU, A+B+C+D and Chumasera are going to be pretty happy. But this time Magnus are also lurking on the northern side of Los Leones, but we have a first now coming in onto the players of Quraysh Esports, and this is PMPL Esports. They are doing all the damage, and looks like Quraysh Esports player who is bleeding out, he's all by himself. No, Hasni is in the close proximity, but he can't pick up a 1v3 or a 1v4 fight against the players of PMPL Esports. Especially in the very first circle, you need to have all those players, you need to have the numbers if you want to survive till the final moments and get the winner chicken dinner, at least get close to getting that win. So Quraysh Esports, Hasni, a smart and mature decision coming from his side, but Rafe is also in the close proximity, but not a lot of resources are present on Quraysh Esports. As I can see, Rafe, he has just 11 armor, Hasni just a level 2 vest, no helmet at all, no meds at all. This is not a situation where you want to pick up a fight, because you are not having resources to back you up in a close combat. But on the other side, the circle is somewhere on the northern side, as Spectres and I wanted. Let's see if we can move towards Oasis. The odds are very less, but maybe La Cobreria can be the place close to Oasis where the final circle can form, and 52 Esports, they are going to be pretty happy. But Faulty Devils, they are finding home into El Pozo compounds. Star, they are somewhere in the center position of the circle, but need to be a bit careful, as from the northern side, Quantum Rage can close in the distance. But right now, it is Team Quati that is in the close proximity. But I'm liking the linear formation on the northern side of Los Leones. On the graveyard, on the top, we have Freestyle, we have Magnus, and on the southern side, we have the players of I8 as well.
Oh yeah, and with the way things are going on right now, it is again one of the circles that we predicted, but PMPL Esports in quick contention against the likes of Quraysh. As one after the other, the numbers are definitely falling. Rex, he's running for his life, but Hasni does not have anything. There's Ringer Roses going around as PMPL Esports still have managed to dish out some good amount of damage. The players of Quraysh do have their players knocked out, but the revival is definitely going to be there. As Rex, he's just patching himself up, and Quraysh, now just survived with 2 of their players. Now this is a pressing concern because you've got Quantum Rage right at the tails for that second position. Thug taking some damage, but still somehow managed to make it alive.
He is managing to make it alive for now, but can they survive? Can they find a safer place? Because this is not a safe place. They need the loot, they need a secondary loot, they need all those resources as well. And the position of Quraysh Esports right now in the circle is quite skeptical, because if they head directly towards Montenegro or Picado, not a good place to hold on to. They can go towards the side of Power Grid. That can be a safe home for the players of Quraysh Esports. But the main trouble is how they are going to make a safe escape.
Yeah, I mean at this point, it's going to be very difficult for them to really plan an escape for themselves. Psycho just getting on that silo. Could spot out Rafe maybe. He has got no means of escape in this situation. Quraysh Esports certainly did not anticipate this one, at the very least, dropping off at Chumasera, a place where TUF usually tends to drop, but considering the fact that they were not playing in this game, both these teams decided, and it went out to become a bloodbath. But Rafe, not the best weapon to go out. Rex, however, has been knocked out. Could also get the better out of Psycho if he wants to, but no. Hunter gets that trade, and Jaguar, he's far away from his team. And Quraysh Esports, just one man away from getting wiped out. But he's gonna make a run for his life. The last player, Jaguar, who's been one of the most impressive players. But again, you know, talking about this particular circle, again, this is a trend that has been happening, right? We have seen all these circles. We kind of know it ends around those eastern areas of El Pozo. So maybe teams like QWERTY do have a good chance. But since you've gone for Magnus, they're also making their way inside the zone, and it's going to be really interesting to see where do they end up. But for now, I mean, as things have gone, A+B Esports, all these teams, they're playing as if they've got nothing to lose, and that is bringing out their best play. They're not really shying away from the battle. Once that pressure is lifted off their heads, they are showing their true colors. Colors that had they shown in those first few days, they could have been at least in the top 10. But for now, yeah.
For now, they are not looking good. As Rafe has also been eliminated, and Jaguar is the last man standing from their side. Not a start with Quraysh, which Quraysh Esports anticipated for themselves. Well, sometimes you have to deal with certain situations you are not prepared of, and Quraysh Esports, the only thing they can do is grab those placement points, because every single point is going to matter. But they have a safe spot in the overall ranking as well, so not a big concern, I'll say, because I think they are in a decent spot. They can afford to have few bad games. But from the southern side, H2E is also one of the team that is taking the damage of the BABLU, and they could be on the tails of Team BABLU as well.
Yeah, that could certainly happen. I mean, H2E haven't really stepped up this particular week, right? Not the best of performance from their sides, and we know. I mean, all these teams from the 13th to 16th, or maybe till the 20th, they're all gonna be fighting it out, whatever it takes, right? They're not gonna back off from any of those fights, as we can see Team BABLU making that quick rotation around that El Pozo area. Team Faulty Devils, they understood that this zone is ending somewhere around that Crater Fields. Taking control over those hills is going to give them a very good advantage. And so have 52 Esports realized, you know, Pain and Daku, if I'm not wrong, they've also taken over those higher grounds. So all these teams are contesting for the center. And what I really want is Circle taking a curveball, maybe towards that Oasis region, because then we're going to see a massive migration and a splash of colors, everyone sort of moving into that direction, and that is where we get to see the majority of the fights happening.
Well, very true indeed. Because look at TFD also. That could TFD Faulty Devils can be in a position to win those majority of the fights because right now they are in the epicenter and the spread they are having. Well, it's going to work in their favor as Khane is having a certain height advantage. Even his teammate Tyler is also having a little bit of the higher ground for himself. That means a good position for Faulty Devils right now. But Team Star, well, grounders were looking nearby and they realized there is not a position to hold on to, but escaping from one team and walking in the crosshair of some other team that is going to Koti. Voltrix tried to pep a few bullets in their direction as the grounders are making their rotation, but somehow no damage has been dished out.
Oh yeah, no damage whatsoever has been given, and now we do see that a little bit of a circle shift towards that eastern side. Team T20 QWERTY right at the center. Team Star having a really good day today. The way they started things off, looking good ever since yesterday. They've sort of been playing more like Team H2E, what they did in week number 1, right? Were kind of inconsistent throughout week 1, but in those latter halves of week 2, that is where Team Star really got back to their senses and started delivering. And I was expecting, some sort of a miracle also coming in from the boys from 3X Esports, because if you remember, in week number 1, 3X, they were all going out, and this time they're kind of struggling with their form. And the grounders this time have managed to get that chicken dinner. They're doing decent. But 52 Esports, look at that spread. And this is something that they can afford, right? Because having such an elevation to yourself gives you that little freedom. And Payne taking shots at somebody. Starting to wonder who it possibly could be. Is he his own teammate? Or maybe he's maybe trying to deal with the players... No, he was his own teammate. I do not know why was he trying to destroy his buggy. But regardless, whatever the case is, Pharaoh just slipped and fell off and got knocked. And now the big question is, can they get themselves back up there? Because they don't have a buggy. That buggy is still at the very top as Destroyer gets picked off by the players of Team Star. And he is not going to make it out alive.
Well, Destroyer is one of the strongest players from the side of R3D because this man has saved the day for R3D not just once, so many times on so many occasions. But right now he has been eliminated. So let's see how the rest of the players of R3D are going to take this fight as Team Star God Fury is still peppering few bullets in their direction, and Anubis is the guy who's taking a lot of damage from those mini shots. They have a hard compound for themselves, so they can afford to stay in the same position for now at least and wait for the next circle. But right now the team that is looking good can be Magnus Esports as long as they are watching their 6, because from the backside Metershot X Sky is also taking the rotations.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. And well, oh, that was a nasty shot. And Hawk really needs to understand. He needs to figure out. He needs to find some more concrete cover. Maybe go towards where Walker is. Because if this keeps on continuing, then Red, they're just gonna have their armors depleted. That's not gonna help them out. Team Star, God Fury, still around that water treatment area. They still have a good position to defend though. I8 this time a little closer to each other, but they really need to be wary of the threat that can come in from that southern side, coming in from Power Grid, that is Triple Esports, as Knock has managed to get that knock and finish on JD, as we did take a look at that first airdrop, the MG3, and oh, beautiful shots being taken down by Ashad, getting that knock secured. It's still the second zone though, will have no problems getting the revives, but definitely needs a new helmet for himself.
Well, they need the armor, and in the map of Miramar, you need to have those level 3s, and the level 3s are very crucial in this particular game because maybe some other opponent player is having an AWM, if not AWM, any sniper with the 8x like Ashad is having right now, and the level 3s are going to come very handy. But right now, Team Star is showing a low step of Quantum Rage, and Usma finds 2 beautiful knocks onto Quantum Rage. Can he go for the confirmation? The Molotovs are not going to provide him those confirmations, but is going to stop Usma in his track. smart move from Quantum Race as Senior is going for the race, and during the rescue, God Fury takes another player also down. That is means Quantum Rage is surviving as a last man army. That is going to JD so far away from the team of Team Star. That means he is going to survive for now, and he can get few placement points.
Oh god, I mean Quantum Rage making those tiny little mistakes, but faster knocking himself out with that grenade, and Khatir is gonna make no mistakes in finishing him off. But in this particular fight, Quantum Rage should have finished off Sultana, right? Because he was knocked out and they were getting revives on two of their players right in front of him. What do you expect? Star just marched in, giving all that necessary callouts to his teammates, and Quantum Rage, I think they're just reduced to maybe a one-man squad because JD is still surviving. Kian is being shot from every possible direction, has no other option but to escape from his vehicle. But the big question is, how long is he going to survive at the lower grounds? But Tarzan from the far fray comes in, gets that knock on Nocto, giving a little bit of a room and space for the players of H2E to breathe and close in the gap. Maybe at least on towards 52 Esports or Regicide, get that bike secured.
Well, the vehicles are going to provide you too much in the map of Miramar. Right now, Tarzan is the guy who's going to see the player of Team right out there in the open as Ashad is taking a hefty damage from the M416 of Tarzan. Can Tarzan find a knock? But he's certainly going to blow that vehicle, and Ashad gets taken down by the vehicle explosion, and the grenade can land a confirmation also for Tarzan. Reggie's side, they are falling down, and Naki is in close proximity, but he can't go for the rescue. He can't go for the race because this time Ashad's position has been given away, and he can be the victim of those molotovs and the throwables coming from the side of H2E. But somewhere else, R3D are also down through the hands of Metershot Sky.
Oh yeah, they're getting pressed and hammered. And H2E is flying all that press. JD of course had been taken down, but H2E still a 3-man strong squad. Assad having that high ground advantage, just flopping one more grenade inside that little smoke, hoping that he could get that knock. But little to his disappointment, they've already moved away, and Regicide, they're gonna recuperate. As we were sort of anticipating that I8 and that Triple Esports fight, which has begun, which started off with IQ getting knocked off. But for now, Nocto having a little bit of a low ground to play around with. Tarzan not really picking, as Knock Knock this time decides to go for the push. Does he have his teammates? Yes, he does. Has to push in tandem as Uzim's vehicle explodes. And it's going to be difficult to get that revive on towards him. But maybe with 26 seconds remaining, could possibly get that. But I8 do have a fight in their hands at this moment as R3D. They finally get eliminated as Metershot Sky. Ash, in fact, he's on a domination spree all over as H2E decide to retreat and get inside the circle.
In fact, Ash is the last man from Metershot Sky. He better move inside the circle and grab a potential spot for those placement points that they need right now. But Regicide, well, they were on the verge of getting an elimination or losing out on 2+, but finally they have managed to revive the fallen comrades, and all the 4+ are still inside the game. Let's see if they can move inside the circle as well, as Quraysh Esports and Faulty Devils are right in front of them, and they might cross paths with each other. But H2E, that is a team that is trying to come from the northern side, and 52 Esports is a team that can give a little bit of trouble to 52. In fact, to H2E, I'm sorry, 52 can give trouble to H2E, but H2E seems to be walking in the direction of Team Star. But somewhere else, I8 finds a knock onto Pika OP of Team BABLU.
Oh yeah, now this is a big fight. Now Blade getting shot from maybe Teen Wolf or Pan, but Pan needs to watch out for his backs because I8 have created that beautiful flank angle. IQ also trying to close in, and this is where he needs to press in on towards Pan at the very least. Pan comes out in the open, did not have his crosshairs aimed at his direction, but now has himself repositioned and still trying to fight it out. But Pan, boy oh boy, the way he gets that knock was so beautiful. And I do not know how IQ could mess that one up, as Ghost and Blade this time charging in his direction as Pan finds one more for himself. The pressure now has built up on the players of I8 as he gets a third. As Pan, he's on a whole different level right now, and in these clutch situations, doing it hit for his squad, as Team BABLU somehow managed to see it through, as I8's last player Uzim, he's gonna make a run for his life, but Pan, take a bow, mate. The way he played it out, and he barely had a sliver of HP. I do not know how I8 could mess that one up.
Big mess, I'll say, from the side of I8. I8 is one of the team from which we didn't expect at all this kind of a performance. But man, yes, like you said, sliver of HP and managed to clutch it out, knocked on the plus of I8 and leaving Uz all by himself. But right, BABLU, they are picking fight for the plus of Team Gravity in front of them. Let's see what's gonna happen. But Pan, he needs to catch up. But Uzm has a Groza and comes from the backline, takes down Team Full and Pan as well. Why the plus of Team BABLU didn't see that coming? And Uz takes the revenge and a redemption as well, as he's the last man standing and Team BABLU has been eliminated at 11th position.
Boy, oh boy. Can't really believe what I'm watching right now. It's just players, going after each other, and Uzum, he's enraged, all furious. How on earth could his teammates mess that one up? Nothing taken away. It was 3 players of Team I8 in that situation, and they lost out to one single player. That was Pan. This shows the individualistic performance of this lad. Wow, what a play from him. Nonetheless, but Uzum did manage to get his sweet revenge, but still does not really change the problems of I8 that are still persisting. As Miracle, oh, beautiful shot being taken from that higher ground. Did he spot out Tarzan? Maybe did spot the vehicle, so he has a slight idea of someone that could be right beside him. But this circle is definitely going to favor the lads of maybe the Grounders or TmwEsports, whoever makes it inside the zone, as Hassan will secure the knock and finish on the players of the Faulty Devils, as Tyler, the last player standing, he falls as TmwEsports now rising up to the occasion. 3 finish points for these lads, as now they will have to march inside the zone.
And Miracle finds a knock on to Fear also, and like you said, TmwEsports, they have to march inside the circle. They have to, even if they go towards the northern eastern side, they can find the plus of Magnus as well. So it's not going to be so easy for the players of Team 52. But right now, no, it's not just Grounders, it's Uzmu who is in a lot of trouble, as Molotovs, throwable single thing is being thrown in his direction from the side of Quraysh, and finally he has been eliminated. That means I8 bids bye-bye at 9th position, but Tarzan finds a knock on to Firo second time, but this time Tarzan gets a confirmation as well. 1 defeat points in their favor. Magnus Esports, they have a little bit of cover to work around with, but they also need to realize the circle has shifted away. Now, as a 2-man army, they have to march inside the circle where so many teams are already trying to squeeze in the center.
Yeah, indeed. And Freestyle also have a really good position for themselves, as Spain just proning in, had no idea of Rollins' presence as he gets taken down, will be finished off, as Team Magnus still fighting their way in. Made it to the top 8. From here onwards, the march does go on forward, as Team Quraysh absolutely slaughtering apart the players of Team Freestyle one after the other, courtesy to that high ground advantage that Khan and 420 Boy have. But the only one real bad thing about Team Quraysh right now is they're very split apart from each other. And Wasi just one grenade away, or maybe one bullet away from getting knocked out, as from the back lines, it is gonna be Gravity who gets that knock secured on the players of Freestyle, as now 420 Boy is gonna make a push. Does he know about the whereabouts of that last player of Team Freestyle? As 420 Boy gets knocked out, it's gonna be Miracle now stepping up to the action. And now he gets the better out of 420 Boy, as Team 2020 were really not anticipating this and now have to pay a hefty price.
Well, Team Star and Grounders again having a very good rotation coming from these two teams. Let's see if they can take down the plus of Team Magnus as well, because right now Star, they have to deal with Magnus Miracle. He has all the attention onto the plus of Team Voltrox, Team Gravity over there, and Voltrox specifically giving all that information because he's a little far away and Gravity is so close to Miracle that he can dish out a lot of damage. And let's see what's going to happen, as Khan is going for the flank angle towards the side of Team Star. Sultana still holding on to his position, have a little bit of the tree cover, but is that enough? Because on one side they have Magnus, other side they have Quraysh, but right now the team that is falling down is going to be Grounders players through the hands of Magnus.
Oh, indeed. Gravity, having taken some massive damage today, is going to be the players of Team Star, as the push might come their way anytime soon, as God Fury has finally been dealt with. And Team Star having such a good run, but T20 Quraysh now a little bit in shambles, as Sultana, he's got to make a run. Maybe try to take down the final player of T20 Quraysh. That is going to be Voltrox, as Quraysh were in such prime contestation, but now still Khan alive, but at a different position altogether. Voltrox does have that deadly Groza to play around with. but now they need to somehow unify and get back together, regroup, and maybe think about what they're going to do next. But now Sultana, does he anticipate that push coming in from Evil Boy, as Evil Boy is taking care of all these loots, so many bodies falling down, get up, get refills his ammo, all those first aid, those grenades if there are any, as Voltrux also will secure a finish onto its miracle from Team Star. Team Star did play spoil spot to Team T20's quest to get that chicken dinner in this particular game, but Evil Boy and Sultana, this is going to be a fight that we really need to watch out for. The Grounders could again get a chicken dinner. They have all 4 of their players still alive. Now the Grounders buying enough time before they go in with that push, and Sultana does not have a lot of cover to play around with. The moment Evil Boy and Mr. Black just come out in the open, they will spot him out. It's going to be really interesting to see what can Sultana make out of this situation.
He has still got some chances if Evil Boy and his teammate Mr. Hack comes right in his crosshair in a straight line, but that's not gonna happen as Team Grounders, well, they are trying to spread around that hill area, and Evil Boy finally spots down Sultana and takes him down, and the chances that I was hoping are absolutely zero, as Team Star has been eliminated at 3rd position. Now 2 teams fighting against each other, Grounders having the numbers advantage, and Quraysh Khan, he has spotted on one player, tried to pepper a few bullets in the direction of Evil Boy, dished out a little bit of the damage but not sufficient damage to take him down. Let's see if Quraysh, can they take this fight, can they take this big win in their favor despite being outnumbered?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little difficult, but not impossible though. But they have to stop the Grounders push coming in, because they're well aware of Khan's whereabouts, and this is where Shapatar is going to be trying to close in, maybe have that little bit of a rich cover around him to play with, and they're going to try and play it really safe, because they know it's Quraysh that they're up against, can definitely not underestimate their potential, being one of the best teams out there in Pakistan. Definitely not in terms of where they're standing though, as the Grounders slowly closing in, trying to lob a few more smokes, try to build that cover so that they can close in on that distance, as he's heard the Mirado drive by, and maybe Voltrux trying to close in on Khan. This could really end bad for Team T20 Quraysh, but no, Voltrux instead decides to fire a few bullets at his direction, but the Grounders still having that man advantage. Massive help to them given this particular situation, have already secured 7th finish, now in pursuit to get their 2nd chicken dinner of this particular week, as Khan still trying to delay the inevitable from happening. As Sensi, oh, he's managed to land a few shots, would want to blow up Khan's vehicle. Can he succeed in his endeavors? And indeed he does, as now Voltrux just survives in that 1v3 situation, has managed to deal with one of those players off the Grounders, has that Grozza to play around with, as now all these players are pushing at his direction from multiple angles. It's going to be so difficult for him to somehow fight it along, but he still does manage to take down Sue in the process, but the Molotov enough to just put him down, extinguish his fire, as there you go, the winner chicken dinner coming into the Grounders, as they have managed to get it with 9 eliminations and are now looking very good in terms of where they stand in at least this week, and will be playing the Livik map definitely today.
Certainly, they are playing a 9 elimination, a winner chicken dinner for Grounders. Well, Grounders, they have impressed this week with their rotation, and they were so close to getting a win so many times that this was kind of anticipated that Grounders are going to dominate in one of the game, and this was a particular Miramar. I was just waiting for Grounders to get a winner in Miramar, because this is the map they have the strongest hold, I'll say, compared to the other two.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly did, and the Grounders, like you've always been talking about, have been having those good games of Miramar. The 2nd chicken dinner really coming in, it's going to sort of bolster up their confidence, and hopefully the next week they come in swing and, kind of retain that spot that they were always meant for. But ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to cut for a short little break. We're going to be right back with the post-game analysis.
Well, hello and welcome to PMPL of the Pakistan region right here in 2022. Fall season is where we are at. A huge thanks to Oppo, of course. With that, of course, we are joining in for the final day of week 2 right here. Shadow, did you expect this sort of a performance coming in right there from the side of Qwerty on this map of Miramar, or were you anticipating a different team altogether? But again, the Grounders definitely, they led the charge, but Team Qwerty, what do you got to say about that team though?
I never lost faith in Qwerty because Qwerty is definitely one of the strong team in the lobby, and I knew they are going to recover from whatever issues they were having because they were not having a good performance for some reason, maybe the health issue or something. But yes, Qwerty, they are stepping, and Voltrox finally getting the MVP with 5 elimination, but a very hefty damage he was dishing out. That is going to be 1075.
Exactly, with only 47 healing done. What a destructive force Voltrox was on this map of Miramar. Along with that, of course, as you move towards the players to focus upon from this game, we do have the Grounders Evil Boy joining in on the second position with 4 eliminations of his own. Joined in, of course, is going to be from the side of Team Star, God Fury, along with Gravity, the second player, of course, teammate of Voltrox from Qwerty right here.
Certainly, but talking about the match ranking, I think we have Grounders in the top, and yes, with 24 points, they are the top, and Qwerty on the second spot, lacking just by 1 point, 23 points. Star again having a good performance, total of 18 points to them. Magnus Esports, well, 12 points to them, and that is going to help them maintain that top spot in the overall ranking over there. Metershot Sky, well, again have a good performance, a perfect balance between the placement and the elimination points, getting 11 points and standing on the 5th position.
Absolutely, but team that are not looking too good, or in fact, one team that I would rather mention is going to be the players of I8 right there. 3 eliminations confirmed for them from this game, only 1 placement point sadly. And again, for BABLU, what a valiant effort it definitely was, but in the end, again, it just fell short a little. But of course, as we are talking about these moments, let's move on ahead to the Oppo F21 Pro moments and summarize them through, of course, the chaos that ensued right here, Shadow.
Talking about the performance of Star, they were trying to come from the northern side. They eliminated the players of Quraysh Esports, and Quraysh not had a good start. After that, they went for the players of R3D as well, getting few knocks. Well, Star, they started putting pressure on the teams from the northern side, but southern side is where my concerns are. Well, Pan, fantastic game taking down the players of Team I8, but how could they not anticipate that Uzn is right there as the last player got knocked down, not the final finish. Uzn retaliated, got his sweet revenge onto the remaining players of Team BABLU. Well, that was something fun to witness.
Definitely was. But again, I mean, you can only ask that much off of a player from BABLU. Of course, Pan, we saw him bring in a 3v1 clutch by himself. Along with that, as he moved towards these final moments, the Grounders, they had the numbers advantage. They knew exactly where the opponents were, and thus converted that into a very synergistic fight for themselves, walking away with the chicken dinner. Of course, looking at the damage graph, once again, a very good damage graph being showcased from a lot of these teams, where indeed the majority of it is going to be in favor of course, Team T20 Qwerty as well as the Star. But apart from that, all the other teams, they were still part of individual fights of their own, which is a good thing to see.
Well, certainly that was very good to see Team Qwerty, Team Star dishing out a lot of damage, and Qwerty capitalizing on maximum elimination points in their favor. But on the other side, R3D is also one of the team that was showcasing good performance, close to 1000 damage, but only 3 elimination points. Triple E's on the damage graph, they have a high bar, but elimination point, that is where they need to rise. They need to have that big towers in the damage graph.
That is true. That is so true. But we look at the overall ranking right here. Of course, it is being led by Magnus Esports, setting up on top with 6 perfect chicken dinners for themselves, 263 points. They definitely have a league of their own that they are working towards in this week too. But at the same point of time, talking about teams that have made a jump, look at that. So many teams in the greens right next to them. Of course, we do have Freestyle moving up a place, sitting on the 3rd with 163 points. Right below them is going to be Metershot Sky, who themselves have picked up 2 more places based on this gameplay that they showcased. Only 1 point shy of Freestyle's approach right there. But moving all the way down south towards the 10th and 9th team respectively, T20 Qwerty and the Grounders made a massive jump, find themselves at the same exact number of points, 149 for them both respectively, but at the first page. So looking like they are going to definitely be a part of this day's Livik map. But again, we still are left with 2 games. The upcoming is going to be Sanhok. So we'll see if at all they can be toppled down or not.
Well, certainly we'll see if they can be toppled down or not, because Sanhok is one of the game where you can't really predict what's going to happen. It comes from the zone, the placement of the players, and some luck factor also comes in. So Sanhok is definitely one of the map. If everything is working in your favor, you can take a huge leap in the overall ranking. But if something goes south, well, big massive blow in the ranking placement points and the elimination points as well. But 52 Esports, TmW, they're not been able to showcase any kind of a good performance at all from their side. Week number 1, week number 2, consistently being on the bottom was something I didn't expect. Quality Devils just having a one good game, and this time also having a one chicken dinner for themselves and placing themselves on 17th spot. Kind of a similar thing that happened in the week 1 also.
Absolutely, but let's see what sort of a storyline is going to be created by the end of the day, because right now we're going to be jumping in with the map of Sanhok, the third, or rather my apologies, the fourth match of the day, where Group B this time around will not be participating. So again, Group A, C, D, and E is what we're going to be looking at, talking about the points themselves that we are looking at from the entirety of the day. I mean, North Esports with the first game on the map of Miramar, 25 points. After that, we have TFT as well as the Grounders, respectively, on the map of Erangel and Miramar with 24 points exact. Let's see on the map of Sanhok, which team will it be walking away with a chicken dinner, and again, with how many points, because again, all of it will be factored in towards the end of the day, where top 12 teams will of course be qualifying for that perfect Livik map, the bonus map that is available for these teams. And well, again, we will see. We are going to find that out real soon, of course. Shadow. True. Absolutely. It is going to be very important, of course, like Shadow did mention right there as well, that by the next 20 to 30 minutes, we are going to find out as to who are the ones who will be the participating ones on the map of Livik. Of course, only top 12, like we said, are going to be a part of it, but which teams are they going to be? Which teams rather are not going to be a part of it? We just saw on this first page itself, we had the Grounders looking very comfortable, T20 Quraysh looking very comfortable, 9th, 10th position, but alongside that, are they going to be toppled down or not with 149 points to their name? With that, it is time for that prediction, Shadow. I'll let you lead the charge and predict what team do you think on the map of Sanhok should get that chicken dinner. It's a tough one now.
I wanted to pick Quraysh Esports, but they are sitting out.
Oh,
every single time I want to pick a team on a particular map, and they always are the one who are sitting out. That's why there is a big zero right there. Okay. Okay, tell me yours. I'm still thinking. I need to get that one.
All right. I'm going to go with Quantum Rage for this upcoming game on the map of Sanhok. I do want to be able to see this team perform. They have been a part of fights. They are looking A-okay, but I want to see them perform better. I want to get them to the glorious playback that they were part of earlier. And so Quantum Rage is it is going to be from my side.
I'm going to root for a very single team this time. Magnus Esports. Again.
Magnus? Are they playing? Are they going to be part of this upcoming game?
Oh shit, they are also staying out.
Yep, exactly. Magnus are not going to be a part of this upcoming game. That does still remain. The question still remains in your code, basically. And it's a tough one. You know what? All right, Shadow, let's do one thing. What we'll do is once the game starts off, when we have the first zone, perhaps it's going to be that much more easier to then predict as to what team would, according to you, get that chicken dinner. How about that?
No, I don't like to cheat. I'll pick teams.
All right.
The star is also sitting out. But okay, I'll pick team. Not BABLU, definitely not. Grounders. Okay. Yeah, Grounders.
The Grounders.
Get them.
Perfect. Why not?
Yeah.
Definitely. Let's have a second chicken dinner coming in towards the favor of the Grounders side. Now, they definitely are boosted along already with this chicken dinner. They definitely, in terms of the momentum, are looking very confident and, of course, pristine. But can they get that second one? Now, this is the exact same philosophy that, of course, Fixes was a part of yesterday. And that turned out in a perfect conversion. But let's see if this will be the case today for you, Shadow. And, of course, for the side of the Grounders as well, or not. But at the similar time, again, it is going to be a small map. We know for a fact that it is going to be a chaotic one, especially this being the final day of week 2. The way the day itself has started off, it is definitely turned into an aggressive lobby right here, Shadow. Well, again, as Shadow does reconnect, we are going to be, of course, jumping into the map itself, where we are looking at the flight path going to be on our screens, taking itself, or rather majorly focusing towards the northern side of the entirety of the map. But then again, this, like I said, is the shortest map in the loop that we have in esports for PUBG Mobile. And that means that, of course, the availability for the teams to go down to the drop locations is going to be very, very easy. I mean, again, they are just going to have to glide it along and get themselves acclimated to whatever position that suits for themselves. At the same point of time, as we do have the teams segregated, we are going to be starting things off all the way from the Camp Alpha Island, where the grounders love to go. Now, this is a pick that Shadow has spoken and chosen. Now, that is definitely looking pristine for the side of this team of the grounders. And along with that, we do have a little bit of shot taking place, a little bit of spray taking place in the background. Not entirely sure what team it is, what player it is, who are the ones who are fighting it along. It is going to be none other than TFT against the players of R3G. And it seems like, of course, at the receiving end, it is going to be R3G, as they lose out on one of their players right here at the camp. And of course, the fight that we spoke about, the aggression that we spoke about, is clearly being showcased right here, as a contestation is being looked at, of course, from the side of TFT as well as R3G. Now, what we need to find out is which team is going to be the one that'll walk out of here alive. That is the most important and critical question to raise right now. Of course, when it comes down to these teams, they are trying to give in their level best, but Camp Bravo is not an easy area to move on ahead and get all the angles covered. For that, you need numbers advantage, and that numbers advantage has been taken away from the side of R3G, and therefore we see them clearly backing out of this fight, which is a good decision, I'm going to say, which is nothing taken away or taken against their side, because yeah, like I said, it is a pretty big area. You want to be able to have flanks, and of course your teammates to be able to cover your flanks as you move on across from one angle to the other to confirm an elimination point, or to confirm if at all there is any team in the vicinity. And it seems like TFT, well, they are going to be a little busy right now, because they have not yet realized, but the opponent team has already left the building. They have left the compound. They have left the entire area altogether itself, as R3G is going to be the first team receiving that first blood situation against them, sadly. At the same point of time, as we look on to, of course, the zone itself, well, I'll talk about the zone. You cannot see it right now, but we'll bring up the map and you'll be able to see it. The zone has been drawn, and the zone is majorly focusing itself towards the northeastern side of the map. That basically implies that Paradise Resort is the one that is in the center of the zone. At the same time, when it comes down to that Paradise Resort, it is going to be none other than Metershot, who are going to be looking at the center of that area with no other team around them to contest that entire resort. And of course, with that, the map going to be on our screens, as we do, of course, have the players of R3G running away on towards the eastern side of our map. We can see they are going into the clutches and the crosshairs of course, I8. Oof, this is a tough luck situation for R3G. How exactly are they going to be able to convert this into an advantage, I wonder, because they've already lost out on one of their players. But at the same time, again, the hopes have not yet dwindled. Ashad, Nocto, as well as Knock, the three players from R3G are in so close proximity to I8. Oh, this is going to be very, very important fight for R3G. At the same point of time, of course, for I8, it is an easy pick in, but again, that is based on what they've done earlier. But can they do so again? Yes, they will be able to do so perfectly, as Ism will be able to drop down the players. And of course, we do have Nocto going down. That means Knock and Asada are the two players remaining from the side of R3G. Now they've entered the compound. They have made their presence felt, and they have let the lobby know, or rather the opponents know, that we are here to take a fight. And I8, well, they're easily going to be able to just confirm that for themselves. They are easily going to be able to eliminate the possibility of R3G moving away from that compound to work towards, if nothing else, any placement point altogether itself. In just the first 3 to 4 minutes, the side of R3G are getting eliminated from this game. Shadow.
Reggie said something they didn't anticipate at all, but I wanted Grounders to win, and most of the times we tend to see a Western circle, and this time we have a circle with Paradise Resort being the epicenter and Metershot Sky. They have high chances of getting this one, as long as they are able to defend the Paradise Resort, or just have some other good position or golden position inside the circle. But right now, R3D Esports and North Esports are fighting against each other. let's see which team is going to able to find one knock, find that opening they are looking for. Well, R3D, they are keeping North Esports. Grounders can come from the backside, so North Esports is where my concerns lie right now.
Well, North Esports, they love that Sartan region, of course. They are the ones who have earlier made their presence felt and known in a previous Sanhok game against the players of the Grounders. But this time around, of course, the zone is going to be favoring towards the players of North Esports. So the bridge over there can be camped from their side as the Grounders. The question is going to be based on the Grounders as to where exactly are they going to be choosing to rotate into the zone from. Of course, this is the map of Sanhok. Even though there's a small little water body that is dividing that Camp Alpha island, it is not difficult to traverse that. So Grounders have a lot of option and possibility, and the best part being the fact that there is no team that can stop them in their tracks even if they go for that water rotation. But for now, again, when it comes to those fights, we've seen the first team to get eliminated. Now it all boils down to which is going to be the second one that will be a part of a fight. As of now, all the teams are in their small little cocoon in a small little area of the map. Nothing to worry about for them as of yet. But in just a couple of minutes more, we are going to see as to what the zone is going to be dictating, which in turn will, of course, affect what the teams are going to be doing. But looking at H2E making that rotation towards Camp Alpha Island, they are going to be in the crosshairs of Team the Grounders. So we'll have to see if H2E is going to be the one that will spot the Grounders, or is it going to be vice versa. With that, we do have another spray taking place, but to no avail.
Well, to no avail, TUF. Well, TUF also had decent outing in Sanhok. Yes, they had bad games, but they also had good games in Sanhok. So I won't say Sanhok is not their map. So I think they can also get a good winner in chicken dinner. Okay, that's debatable. But yes, good game. This can be in the favor of TUF, and Joker Sir has been a guy from TUF who's been showcasing very good performances and good clutches as well, because he's the last man standing in one of the Sanhok and he was getting those defeat points for his team. But right now, Joker Sir, his crosshairs are set onto the players of Team I8. But the question is, does he even know there are players out there? And the answer is no. He has no idea that on the other side of the ridge there are players of I8 lurking by, and 3x Esports still trying to squeeze inside the center.
Exactly. I was just looking at 3x itself. Now, TUF, if at all they end up taking those shots, they're going to make their presence felt and known right there in that area. With that, it's going to be H2E. My questions have been answered. It is going to be H2E who's going to be able to spot down the players of the Grounders. And the Grounders are a little bit of a troublesome situation as they had the vehicle. They seemed like they were wanting to get that rotation made, but it has been put to a full stop right here from the side of H2E. As Assad, along with his teammate JD, are going to be pushing on along with Mr. Black being the only player right here in this compound. The Grounders player are left to almost shackles because DBS right here in front of his face is going to be able to bring in a lot of damage, and just like that, Mr. Black also gets eliminated. That means the Grounders are down to a two-man arm. Sensi right here on our screens is going to be brought down as well. There is no way that he can be revived. So the Grounders, they're at a very tough task. They've got a very tough task ahead of them now, because the two other players, as we do have them on our screens on the western edges of this map, Siu as well as Evil Boy, they're already in their vehicles. They are making that rotation, but they are a two-man squad. They are going to have to be very, very careful. With that, I was just about to predict that maybe as they make that rotation towards Hearten, NES is where they can be spotted and stopped. But it seems like North Esports, they have a different agenda altogether. They have started swimming. Mind you, they're not in a boat. They are actually swimming their way towards the Paradise Resort Island. An interesting choice coming in from NES, but also a very silent one. And that can very well turn into a very good position making if they are able to reach Cow region without any team spotting them. Because if they don't reach Cow and they decide to just get into the zone, because right there we do have R3D's players waiting as well, that would be a tough conversion for NES. But we'll see what the entire task is going to be ahead for them.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You wanted to see water rotations. You wanted to see a circle where the teams are forced for those water rotation, or was it fixes, sir?
No, I did say that, but this is not being forced. This is, they just felt like swimming, you know.
Still, it's a water rotation coming in. Well, everyone's wishes are being granted. Certainly not mine. Because look at Grounders. They have to deal with R3D Esports who are waiting for them. They know there is a team that is going to rotate those or come from the side of Heartland and they're prepared for Grounders.
They definitely are. They definitely are. This is a tough luck situation, definitely, for the grounders to be able to make that rotation. R3D, the way they've scattered themselves over that area, they're definitely looking in contestation to be able to stop whatever team. And it seems like two teams are going to be working towards that exact same rotation. It's going to be the grounders as well as the players of H2E. At the same time, as we move on ahead with the map itself, the zone has moved away from those teams that we were talking about. North Esports, a perfect rotation, maybe not, but boys, you got to make a rush for it because now the zone has moved away. They are going to be able to get into the island because R3D also seem to be getting into their vehicle and they are going to be making a rotation towards the zone. Now, talking about the zone itself, we do have the players of TFD as well as TUF pretty much in the center area, and right around the vicinity is also going to be the players of I8 in a compound of their own. This game is going to get very, very fierce. And along with that, talking about late rotations, we do also have another team from the south making a late rotation. That's going to be the player of Quantum Rage.
Quantum Rage, they might cross paths with the players of Freestyle and Team BABLU is also in the close proximity. So there is a chance of a third party or a collision happening. But I8 Esports, yes, I have to agree. The position of I8 right now is very good in this kind of a circle because if this circle tends to go towards the southern side, I8 is definitely going to capitalize on it. But TOF is also present, and TOF is a very strong team and they're running high on confidence, unlike I Esports who are right now facing a downfall in every single game or most of the games right now. So let's see what's going to happen. But Quantum Rage, well, good decision coming from their side to rotate from the eastern side. That means they are not going to cross paths with Freestyle, but 3x Esports, TOF still existing in harmony inside the center.
Well. The game has slowed down its pace definitely after that first elimination, first team elimination. That was, of course, R3G Regicide. After that, we have seen fights, we have seen sprays, but teams have slowed down the pace of the game, surely. But again, with the second zone already dictating as to where the teams are supposed to be moving, now it's going to be up for debate as to where is going to be the third with the third zone that will be dropped. But again, before we talk about that third zone, right here on our screens, TUF's Virus being so very patient as he waits on behind this rock for the players of 3x to bring up their heads in front of him. At the same time, we also do have the players that we spoke about earlier in the center. That is going to be the team of TFD, who have a perfect compound, who have a perfect position in the center of the zone. But all of it will be boiled down to, can they get points? Can they convert this game into a chicken dinner for themselves? A stalemate is what we're looking at from the side of TUF's players right here against the players of 3x. Now, 3x, they are making some noise. Virus has been so very quiet and patient right here. But 3x is making noise. They are slowly but surely getting closer and closer. And this is what Virus is keeping a close, keen ears towards. And that's what he's waiting for, to spot out a single head, a single player from 3x. And again, looking at 3x, they are going for that known, the two-man split approach that they always do. Two of their players are so far back out that even if they wanted to give that revival and cover, they will not be able to do so. At the same time, Miracle getting into his vehicle, well, this is a clear giveaway for TUS Virus. He's still going to be very, very quiet here, and he's going to be moving on, right? And now he pushes on, and just like that, of course, it is going to be the end of the player of 3x right here, where Tyrant is going to be trying to rush back along. Miracle has been dropped down to his knees, and along with that, he will be eliminated. 3x's players goes down to a 3-man army, thanks to, of course, a perfect patient effort being showcased from the side of course, TUF. With that, in the kill zone, we already did see the players of course, I think it was R3D. My apologies, R3D that had a little bit of knock.
Yeah, it was R3D and North Esports.
Well,
3x Miracle, he walked right into the arms of death.
Yep, he did. Sad again, but such a perfect approach from the side of TUF, because he was so quiet. He was just patiently waiting. He knew he had to get a point right there, and he did not overstretch.
you have to be very aware when you have to stretch or when you have to overextend the fight, because if he had done so, maybe he could have been traded off. But right now, North Esports Zameen, they are taking the damage of the blue. They have lost one of the player, and R3D Esports, they are also very stubborn on picking up this fight. They are looking defeat point hungry, I'll say, but the fuel can blow up, is going to dish out the damage onto Zameen himself, as R3D player is going to jump out of the building, but Maxi is going to walk out with that MP45. And can he find the confirmation also? I think he can, as Avenger OP is dealing with the other player of R3D, Hawk, who is on a very low HP, and R3D, things were working in their favor. Destroyer, the savior, finally managed to get one knock onto the players of North Esports and saves the day for his team. Second time, third time, I don't know how many times he has done so. And Destroyer, R3D Esports, they have eliminated North Esports, and they're going to move forward inside the circle with good resources.
Well, North Esports, you heard my prayers for that water rotation. You were able to swim across that entire plane, but in the end, what was the effort leading towards? There was absolutely nothing. I mean, they had a good swim, but that's pretty much it, as they were caught off from the side of R3D then. But moving ahead from the other side, it is going to be, of course, the players of now TUF against the players of T20. Gravity a little too stretched out, mate. And of course, Thor with the flank angle has the perfect opportunity, and the bait can be created. But it seems like he's not going to be pushing that envelope to an extent to find out what the result is going to be, because TUF, they themselves are at a receiving end from the other side. It's going to be I8th player who has been able to drop down Joker Sir for now. Of course, Edgar rushing towards his teammate to be able to give him that revival at the same time. Where exactly is I8? I'm trying to figure out. Where did this shot come from? This was a far extended shot, because on the map I can see I8, they are stretched, but they are so far away from the entirety of this fight that this is what makes the players of I8 so very deadly. They will pick out a player and then perfect spotting and result that into a knock. A perfect control from I8 definitely being showcased right there of this area of this zone. But at the same time, we have to mention that the players of T20, the way that they played right there and the position that they're in, this is where TUF and T20 find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone.
They are in the center, but you're speaking about Esports, the split they're having right now. I'm not in favor of that, because Uzm is far away from remaining three players of his team, and he's in close proximity of Quantum Rage. And this has been something which Fixes was also talking about, that I8 are not sticking together, and they need to work on it right now. But Gravity is the guy who need the backup, who need the support, and right now he's not having a too much support of his teammate. But Triple Esports Thug finally spots TmwEsports, takes him down, gets a confirmation as well. No, it was Zibian from Team BABLU who got the confirmation. Well, Team BABLU, they are keeping eye on all the four direction and grabbing defeat point for themselves. But Triple Esports, they are trying to surround the players of Team Freestyle as they are outnumbered. Beautiful grenade comes and takes down Zerbaf, but it was Thug who took down him. Yes, it was his own teammate Thug who took down Zerbaf, and that means easy confirmation are going to come in, as Malik is also bleeding out, and Freestyle survives with only a single player, that is going to be Mom2, who is prioritizing the circle. Good decision, mature decision coming from his side.
Absolutely, but I would love for the producers to bring up the map, and there we have it. What a perfect timing right there. And I wanted to bring this up. Why? Because look at the rotation being made from the side of Quantum Rage on the right hand side of our map towards the western side of the zone. A perfect two-man split definitely is being showcased, where Spark and JD are pushing on ahead to understand if at all there is an opportunity to take on that compound, where I8's Uzam is the only man remaining. Now this is where, of course, Shadow and as well as Fixes were talking about this exact same point in just a minute earlier, and there we have it. Uzam definitely does go down. Now who took that shot is what I wonder. Was it the player of Spark? Oh, my apologies, Quantum Rage, or not? That I definitely do question. But at the same time, again, exactly what was being spoken about Shadow has been revealed right here. I8, they stretched themselves a little too thin, and that in turn affects their possibility. They were looking so comfortable in that zone, and they were looking so comfortable in that compound. Why did they have to push out? That's just called getting greedy. And that in turn is pushing their luck a little too much. And at the same time, again, I understand where they're coming from. They're not part of the Livik map as of yet. They're not looking too good as far as, of course, week 2 is concerned compared to week 1. So they want to be able to push on their luck. They want to be able to get those points, but not like this, I8, not like this.
The compound they left looks like Contemporary is the one that is going to capitalize on that very compound and maybe have the circle also in their favor if their luck is favoring, and compound I8 will have to contest again. But right now their attention is towards the players of Team Triple Esports and even Team BABLU who are taking the damage of the blue, but right now TmW and H2E are locking horns with each other as the players are falling down from both the sides. But somewhere else, Quantum Rage finds a knock onto Peak Up OP as well. But the man, he gets a confirmation onto Thug of Triple Esports. Well, Team Blue, they are picking multiple fights, but talking about this guy, he's taking the damage of the blue. He has to deal with I8. He has to deal with Triple Esports, not Triple Esports, because IQ already is dealing with the two players taking them down. That means Triple Esports Hunter is the last man standing from the side.
Well, as this fight goes on, the Quantum Rages players have definitely gotten themselves closer and closer to that compound. At the same point of time, the rotation was being made exactly like Quantum Rage did from the side of BABLU, but BABLU has been punished as two of their players have been dropped down. At the same point of time, on our screens is going to be the players of Metershot as they get themselves dwindling down to just a one-man army, as Khatir is the final player remaining for the side of that team. And of course, this is not the kind of play that Metershot Sky should have made, and it is going to be Quraysh looking like the valiant lack of a better term, commandos in this fight because of how much control they had and how much information they had, and the spray being so spot on from one fight to the next, from one team to the other. Team Quraysh were bringing down players, and just like that, it seems like this might just be the end for Metershot Sky as well. But along with that, now it's going to be 3x's Mary alongside the players of the Grounders, and it seems like a UMP is going to be Razan, as Mary definitely does bring down Evil Boy, and Thew is going to be in the backgrounds, as we did see the players of the Grounders make that rotation from that Camp Alpha Island. They've gotten so close. They're at the edge in the zone, but now they are going to have to deal with the players of 3x, where again 3x, they have the numbers advantage even though one of their players is down. Well, again, it is a 1v1 situation. Kratos, and it seems like Kratos himself will be dropped down dead from another player from far away altogether itself, and that in turn will be the elimination for 3x itself, thanks to TUF.
Well, TUF, Grounders, all these teams are fighting on the western side, but team that is reaping the benefits of the circle on the periphery are Quantum Rage, keeping all the four players alive and keeping themselves away from all that commotion that is happening up on our screens right now, as TUF is also picking fight with the players of Quraysh, and both the teams are losing out on the players. TUF, or I can see one of the players is still bleeding out. That is going to be Thor, as Edgar has his attention towards the side of Team Gravity, and Gravity is the one who is taking the damage, but TmW comes in towards a third party and takes down one of the player up there with a beautiful grenade. That means Quraysh, how they are going to survive this situation. Well, odds are not in their favor, and a single grenade from the side of Leon OP takes down this entire squad. And right now, still UF, TFD, TmW, three teams still taking the damage of the blue.
Well, 10 teams remaining. TmW's M7, the final player, who does have only 5 bandages to his name. He's so very close to the edge of the zone, but will he be able to enter it or not? Because again, right in front of him is going to be TFD's players. It seems like he's going to be able to enter it, and now it is all down to him, of course, utilizing those first aids and getting his health boosted up. At the same time, he wants to be able to convert a little bit more points for his team. He's got 1 kill confirmed for himself, 1 elimination point, and of course, along with his teammates' valiant efforts, it is 2 defeat points for TmW for now. But at the same time, the zone is what is troubling TmW's M7 for now. He's just waiting. He's just patiently waiting because he hears all the commotion that's taking place right ahead, right onto the left-hand side of his position. But he wants to be able to just get that 1 point confirmed, get at least 1 spray on point, and that's exactly what he will do right now as he's out of first aid. The Blues have caught up to him. He needs to make that run. He needs to make that push, but out in the open, he can be sprayed on upon from any direction, and it seems like that's not going to be the case because the Blues is going to be the one that will push him to his end and demise. With that, 5 teams remaining right here. TmW get eliminated on the 8th spot. 4 teams, my correction over there. I8 taking down the players of TFD as well. This is a chaotic game as we move to the end of this Sanhok.
Well, this can be the game of I8 as well, because they have the complete control of the southern western side. They were looking so weak at one point when one of the player Uzm was taken down, but they have managed to survive, and with the domination, 10 defeat points already in their favor, they have the majority of the real estate to work around with. But the circle is not in their favor, as the phase 7 circle tends to shift away from them. That means they have to travel a little bit of the distance, as Anubis is lobbing few molotovs in the direction of Mom 2, and Mom 2 is burning right now, and Anubis is the one. No, it was Blaze. from the side of I8 who took him down, who got the confirmation. And Team I8 make it 11 defeat points. 3 teams still in the final circle. Let's see which one is going to get it. I8 is looking very strong for now.
Well, look at this perfect bait coming in from the side of Quantum Rage right there, where of course one of the players is in the buggy. That's going to be Spark. On the other front from the backlines, of course Sirius is going to be trying to bring in that spray, but at the same time it seems like I8 have a little bit of different things in their mind as they try and spot on the players. Now Spark is making a lot of noise in that buggy, not entirely sure what's up with that and what exactly is his idea for that. He of course is trying to scout out the players. At the same time, now it seems like they know exactly where the players of I8 are at. Talking about the zone itself, from one side, from the left hand side of the zone, we do have I8's players pushing on ahead, a 3-man army and 3-man approach. That's going to be IQ, Blade and Ghost. On the other front is of course going to be the 4-man squad of Quantum Rage. And all of that, look at JD, who's going to be on the right hand side of Blade right now, and JD's approach with that flank angle could very well deliver a massive punch. But at the same time, IQ from the flank angle is going to be able to deliver this into a very close battle, because now it's a 3v3 affair between these two teams.
3v3 situation. I8 Blade dishing out a lot of damage onto JD, but JD took a hefty damage but manages to take down Blade on the other side. But Ghost is going to take down the other player of Quantum Rage. Trades are coming in, and IQ closing the distance towards the side of Sirius. Sirius having a little height advantage and a little bit of the cover, but can't say the same thing for the player of Team I8 as IQ. The smokes are helping him, providing a little bit of the cover, but his position has been given away as two players of Quantum Rage are still shooting in his direction. On the backlines also there was a player out there of Quantum Rage, but let's see if Ghost can help him out, and is certainly going to do so with that perfect grenade. Finds a knock onto Sirius.
Oh, come on, Quantum Rage, what have you done? You've given the game away. It was supposed to be yours for taking. Why would you jump on into that small little watchtower every spot? And this is what you choose. Well, nevertheless, it's going to be I8 walking away with that perfect finish. Beautiful chicken dinner for their side. 15 eliminations, along with, of course, a 15-point finish based on the chicken dinner. I8, abysmal performance, incredible turn of events. But I am very much angry from Quantum Rage as to the position that they chose in that final fight and the way they took that final fight. Second time in a row, the team I selected has come in second for the day.
Ouch. They have come second. I know it hurts. I know no one knows it better than me, I guess.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I got used to it. But yes, I ate the need those points. They need to just showcase in the very last game that they're still inside the competition, that they're not facing any kind of downfall. They are going to rise and dominate the lobby, and that is something they've proved in this very game.
Absolutely. With that, of course, viewers, keep in mind we still do have that one final game remaining before we jump on into the map of Livik. So we are going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, we'll talk about what happened in the map of Sanhok and talk about the upcoming game as well. Stick around. Hello and welcome back once again right here in PMPL Pakistan region for the fall season 4. Of course, the teams are bringing their level best play right here in week 2's final day. And of course, with that, the map of Sanhok was in favor of I8. Quantum Rage tried their level best, but they just fell short a little by just that little much. But with that, of course, we will talk about the MVP and Shadow. Again, I mean, what can I say? What should I say? For I am at a loss right now. I am at a loss of words based on how that prediction went for me.
I've been on that side. So I know how it feels. But talking with the MVP, I'm sorry. It is Blade from the side of I8. I8 finally they are showing the signs of domination that we were missing out and fans were missing out. And Blade getting back. 7 elimination, being the MVP, not so much damage, although that he was dishing out 656. But considering Sanhok, it's a heavy number.
It definitely is, most certainly. And along with that, moving on to the top players coming in from the map of Sanhok, we do, of course, have his teammate IQ right there with 4 finishes, 4 eliminations of his own, moving on towards the 3rd position that's taken over by, of course, Assad from Team H2E, followed in closely with, again, 3 eliminations is going to be Pan from BABLU, and then finally another player from I8, that's going to be Ghost, with 3 eliminations of his own with 437 damage. But along with that, moving on ahead towards the match ranking, we do know who walked away with the chicken dinner. 30 points confirmed from this game for the side of I8. A big jump definitely for them in terms of the points that they've been able to rack up. 15 elimination points plus 15, of course, placement points for that chicken dinner. And then following them closely, of course, were the players of Quantum Rage with only 3 eliminations and, of course, 12 placement points, thus giving them 15 in total.
And following them are going to be R3D Esports on the 3rd spot with total of 13 points, heavily relying on those placement points. TFT Faulty Devils, well, they have finally started showcasing good performance in the very last day. 8 eliminations in their favor, not too many placement points, only 2 placement points, but still on the top 4 they have made it. So that means coming week number 3 can be in the favor of Faulty Devils as well.
True, it definitely could be. It definitely should be, in fact, as well, because of the way that they've compared to what week 1 performance and slowly the way they've progressed on. It definitely could be the case, most certainly, in fact, is what I would like to anticipate. And of course, alongside all of that, the best teams is what we are searching for right here. Of course, the teams, the way that they showcase themselves in week 1 compared to how they are playing in week 2, it is only going to get better as we move towards week 3, as we do have, of course, the first team that was eliminated right here. And of course, from that moment on itself, it was a chaotic Sanhok from one fight to the other.
Regicide, they tried to avoid fight with the players of Faulty Devils. After that, they went towards the side of Team I8, and I8 managed to eliminate them. In fact, I8 managed to eliminate so many teams that were trying to come from the southern side because they had the complete control of the southern territory. But Quantum Rage, leaving their compound, the very compound in the final circle was not the final circle, but phase 7 circle was not a good decision coming from their side. But TOF always managing to survive in the center of the Sanhok. Good game coming from their side as well.
Absolutely. And then these are the final moments that took place on this map, where indeed Quantum Rage, they were divided. Again, this is the kind of playstyle that we've seen from them. If you look towards the top right hand side of the minimap, we can see that they had got themselves split across, and their approach was to be able to hunker down the position of I8 from all different angles. But sadly, I8, they were just too dominating in terms of the way that they were pushing on ahead. With 15 eliminations, the momentum was working in their favor. They were warmed up on their, of course, smartphones. And along with that, 2,000, exact 2,000 damage draft is what I8 have been able to bring in. No team comes in close, of course. But so many of these teams definitely did participate in good fights, even if they walked away with just a single elimination. Namely, I do want to mention 3x Triple Esports as well as NES.
Look at the damage of Quraysh Esports, more than 1200 damage, 1250 damage. They have dished out on only 3 elimination points. That means they were not able to confirm those knocks into the elimination or the defeat point, and that is something that is not going to help them out in the overall ranking or in terms of the points they have accumulated. But on the other side, Faulty Devils, good gameplay coming from their side, not just one, second time today I'm seeing. So yes, Faulty Devils finally showcasing the performance what I was waiting for, because of winner chicken dinner they got on day 1 of week 1. After that, they needed that boost, and after this they are going to step up, I guess.
Absolutely. With that, with the 30 points added on for I8, they seem to be rising up to the occasion. They seem to be wanting to capitalize on the position of Magnus Esports, as we do have, of course, Magnus Esports leading the charge. But in all of it, right now, all we need to focus on are the top 12 teams, right? Top 12 teams. And of course, we still do have the Erangel game left, match number 5 that is upcoming. After which, we will be moving towards the top 12 teams that will play the Livik map. For now, These are the teams that are sitting on the first page, and look at that. From 7th position onwards, Team TUF with 155 points. 1 point shy is going to be Team Star with 154. 1 point shy again is going to be Team QWERTY on the 9th position with 153. And once again, 1 point shy, we do have the Grounder sitting on the 10th position. So such a close margin right there. And again, as we move on to the second page, we'll make things that much more interesting, because there the saga continues on. 1 point shy is going to be Team BABLU sitting on the 11th position. So a big opportunity that will be provided, but then again, the teams 12 onwards are going to have to bring in their level best play. For R3D, their games, I believe, are done. So it all boils down to Regicide, North Esports. What can they do? How many points can they accumulate for themselves? With that, let's move on ahead, have a look at the schedule, where indeed the final game for this saga will be, of course, played on Erangel. Before that, or rather after that, my apologies, we will be looking at top 12 teams that will move on to play that bonus map of Livik. And viewers, keep in mind, the teams that participate on the map of Livik, the points they accumulate will be added on into their grand finals. So when they jump into the grand finals with the 4th week, they will not be starting off with 0 points. They'll be starting off with the number of points they've gotten themselves as they played the map of Livik, which again changes the entire format. Thus, it becomes so critical for these teams to participate in this Livik map. But with that, again, Shadow, you know what's upcoming. Do the honors.
Okay, this time, Team BABLU.
All right. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's definitely a good pick in terms of the way that they are pushing ahead and getting the perfect aggression. And of course, it is at times that we've seen them falter down based on the communication not going in their favor. But at the same time, we saw Pan, how destructive that force can be, all by his lonesome as well against a team like I8. So definitely a good pick. All right, so BABLU is going to be confirmed from your side for this game on the map of Erangel. I would love to choose the players of Magnus this time around. I want to be able to see them walk away with a perfect game for themselves. Things have been a little hard for these teams sitting up on top, as I8 have made a perfect comeback. Thankfully, this time around, they're not going to be playing, I believe. And so it is going to be an opportunity perhaps for either BABLU or Magnus to take it through.
I hope BABLU, because the southern island is completely
I
empty.
hope Magnus.
Metershot Sky is also not there. So entire southern island is up for the grabs. So let's see, Magnus or Team BABLU or some other team, maybe multiple teams might have same mindset and they'd go for the military base or the no reply. And oh, surprise, there are so many teams. There are 2 teams. Our drop location is being contested right now. This can happen. We have seen that on week 1.
Oh, we definitely have. And that makes it so perfect in terms of the masala that we talk about in the battleground. And that is what, of course, we do want to be able to see, especially with this being the final match that will be played before we jump to the top 12 teams that will be participating in the Livik map. So, of course, that is going to be critical for them to bring in the best performance. At the same time, going back to what we saw on that overall storyboard, right? We had a big difference, actually. A big difference in terms of the team BABLU sitting on the 11th position with 151 points, if I'm not mistaken, and then on 12th was Regicide, but they are done with their games. Then came in a different set of teams altogether, but they need to get at least 15 to 18 points, if I'm not mistaken, to participate in the top 12. So it seems like we might just have a confirmation of the top 12 teams, but we shall see. We shall see. There could very well be a change, but along with that, we also do have the flight path on our screens, where right off the bat, Team BABLU, Shadow, you ought to be feeling happy right now. They're going to be definitely happy because right off the bat of the flight path, they are going to be supported, as they love to go towards North Giorgio. And the first position, the first opportunity is going to be for the teams that love to go towards that area, where BABLU will definitely be seen dropping down, as we do have the flight path going all the way down south towards the military base. Again, majorly favoring towards the western side this flight path is. Perhaps this time around, I would love to see the zone go towards Mansion Lipovka region. What do you think, Shadow?
I'm just watching BABLU right now. I'm not thinking about the circle. Because every single time they go towards the side, very pure when the players of I8 are there and they never go for the bridge camp. And this time when I8 is not in the equation and some other team is already there, they're heading on to their other drop location, that is North Georgiopol. Interesting, I'll say, because you also don't know how many teams are going to go there. You don't have a read onto them. So maybe smart decision, but the circle is going to help them out in the rotations. As if they are going from the side of Sivoni and enter into Yasnia, Team BABLU, they have a free pathway inside the circle. So I'm happy right now, but the team that is not going to be happy are the players of team that is in the military base island right now, sharing the compound with 52 Esports, and Faulty Devils are also there, but Faulty Devils are heading towards the side Novo Ripnoi. That means early fights are going to break out, at least I hope, on Southern Island.
Definitely would love to see that happen, most certainly. But all of that will also be based on how these teams make those rotations, how these teams are looking forward to this final game of the day. Of course, they want to be able to bring in their best play. That also implies that they might want to play it safe, right? There is a possibility of that as well because of the amount of pressure that the teams are going to be facing.
Just okay, I'm a tube light maybe, but yeah, your circle prediction also came true. Lakshay, your circle prediction came true. Does that
Yep.
mean your team prediction is also going to come true? Then at least give me
No.
one correct prediction. At least not in the circle, at least in the terms of the team that I pick. Because looks like QWERTY. Yeah, they always likes going towards Lipovka. They are going to be pretty happy with the circle because this is their known terrain. This is their familiar area. So I think QWERTY is going to have a good run in this one.
They ought to, definitely. As you perfectly mentioned, right? Team QWERTY, T20 QWERTY, they love to go towards that present Lipovka region. And this is where they should be able to shine along. At the same point of time, I'll also like to draw the attention as we are looking at 63 players. That does not mean a first blood situation has been drawn. What this implies is 52 Esports is a team that has this time around jumped in with only 3 of their players, sadly. So 52 Esports is at a back end, but they also find themselves at the military base. So they are playing it safe. They are playing it from the edge perhaps, and therefore they're going to be perhaps looking at a late rotation from them. On the other front, another thing I want to kind of bring to you is going to be, well, again, I mean, yes, PUBG gods, they're not that grateful, right? They have gotten my prediction perfect in terms of the zone. That means my team prediction is definitely not coming true, is what I'm thinking right now, Shadow.
Can come true because look at the teams that are in front of Magnus Esports, that are around school or the apartments or the farm area. They're going for an early rotation. That means Magnus can hold on to the periphery until the next circle forms. They don't have to worry about. So I think Magnus can still do it. It's still a doable situation. They know that area of around Pochinki very well, but Team Star, they're preparing few bullets on the team that is rotating. That is going to be ready side. They had a very bad game, very bad outing in the previous one, and this time they are looking for some points.
Exactly, that is true. And they definitely are going to, well, want to get points, but it is easier said than done in this lobby, especially in this game particularly, this being the final game before we jump in with the top 12 teams on the map of Livik. So of course, this is going to be a crucial game for each and every single one of them, and majority of them, as we do have the map, are making that early rotation, in fact, are going to be finding themselves in towards the center or the edges of the zone itself. For the side of course, Quantum Rage, they are at Yasnaya Polyana. There is no team around in their vicinity, and that is where the team of Quantum Rage love to go. On the center, we do have Triple Esports. Towards the southern side, towards Milta Power, we do have TFD. And then from there, we push on towards, from Milta Power, push on towards, of course, R3G's position, where they were seen making that rotation as Team Star tried to bring those sprays ahead against them, has not yet favored them whatsoever at all. At the same time, we also do have so many teams working towards a late rotation. From Primorsk, it's going to be the Grounders. 52 Esports with a 3-man approach. Well, interesting. I mean, they are a 3-man approach, and they are still choosing to divide themselves as Pharaoh is so far out back. Not entirely sure what they are thinking about, but apart from 52 Esports as well, as we move towards the northern side, TmW have also split themselves up, as we do have Reaper, one of their teammates, pushing on ahead. Along with that, 3x going to be able to confirm Miracle, along with, of course, that spray going to be able to confirm a shot against the players of NES, as NES are looking now at a 3-man approach as Avenger OP was brought down.
But a mature decision from the side of 3x Esports not to overextend the fight, because they were out there in the open, and North Esports, they are holding onto the apartment. They can easily rotate and do a backstab or create a flank angle onto 3x Esports. So that was a good decision. You got a 1 defeat point. Better move inside the circle, grab a potential spot for the next circle. So that was a good move coming from their side. But talking about 52 Esports, yes, two of the players are still on the bridge camp. Maybe they could be looking for that bridge camp because they did saw there is a team that is also paratrooping in the military base. So placing Firo on the other end of the bridge can be the some smart move. He can provide the intel to remaining two teammates that if a team is coming or not. So maybe they are having that kind of a mind right now.
That could definitely be true. That is definitely a possibility. I did not think about that. As they are a three-man squad, they would try and probably hunker down on that bridge to get some finish points for themselves. At the same time, loved the approach from BABLU's side as they were seen getting out of Giorgio and getting in towards the zone from the most northern side that they can possibly choose. They went so close to the possibility of TmW spotting them, but that's not been the case. At the same time on our screens, 3x is still not yet done as they bring on those shots and sprays against the players of TmwEsports, where TmwEsports is Thug. He's so close. He's right across that small little oh, what a perfect shot right there coming in from Mary with a Thompson in his hand. A jumping spray coming in and connecting to the head of Thug as Thug goes down. He thought he was being cheeky. Well, there you go. 3x Esports is Mary. He's a little too greedy, and with that it is going to be an equal trade coming in from both of these teams, as of course Thug has been dropped down, Psycho goes down. It's all down to Rex and Hunter from the side of TmwEsports, but same of course is the case for the side of 3x as well, as 3x have also lost out on one of their players. He's down on his knees, but the flank angle can definitely still be in favor of 3x Esports, as of course we do have Miracle right up top in front, as Tyrant is creating that flank angle. He's a little too far stretched out. I'm not entirely sure if this is the best decision to be making from the side of Tyrant from 3x, but there we have it, finally jumping into the compound, and now it is a perfect opportunity for 3x to get this game for themselves, as the numbers are going to be in their favor, and a perfect nade from Hunter should be able to capitalize, but it is going to be 3x's Tyrant with almost 0.1, not 0.1 HP remaining. He will survive and will be able to dominate against Triple Esports as they get eliminated on the 16th position.
Well, a perfect game coming from the side of 3x Esports when one of the player was watching out in the fallen comrade of Triple Esports, hoping some other teammate might come in for the revival and the rescue, and then he will capitalize, and when rest of the 3+ or 3x barged right in the compound of Triple Esports. Good synergized attack onto Triple Esports, and 4 defeat points. They are being rewarded by that, but majority of teams are still inside the circle. But in the Pochinki, we have Magnus Esports and 52 Esports right there going for a very late rotation. Even Grounders are also there, and already I can see some of the shots are being shared and bodies are falling down. So that means as a third-party situation being created in the blue, and I never like these kind of fights.
Well, let's see. Again, as we were talking about BABLU making that rotation from the north, they have now jumped into Yasnaya. This is going to be a chaotic ending right here on this in this game, because so many teams have made themselves in the center of the zone itself, and in so close proximity as well. With that, TUF taking shots against the players of TmW, it seems like, as we do have TUF also finding themselves pretty much in the southern side, the west southern side of the zone itself. So a precarious situation to be able to convert into decent points, because third parties is what I am thinking about. That will probably be ensuing in the next 2 to 4 minutes. As we talk about Magnus, well, they are 1,000 meters away. Not entirely sure what's going on in their heads as they take a very chill approach in this rotation for themselves.
Well, Team T Voltrax is just toying with a knocked player of Team 3x Esports, or maybe he's just scouting the area, being very cautious that some other snake is not lingering nearby. But on the other side, Qwerty Khan finds a knock onto some of the player with that mini perfect shots. Let's see if we can find the confirmation as well. And the player that he is knocked down is from the side of Quantum Rage, and the teammate is already back on his feet. 3x Esports still trying to find a potential compound to hold on to. It looks like they have found it, but in the close proximity, they have the players of Team Quraysh Esports as well.
Well. We are at 11-minute marker in this game. 15 teams still do remain. Talking about the zone itself, it is a little spread out. We do have the players of Condom Raid still in control of Yasnaya. There's no other team that wants to be able to contest that area, at least for now. Also talking about the way the zone itself is structured, it is going to be, of course, constricting onto itself, or perhaps there could be a shift altogether that could be seen. Now, I really am eager to see where the shift is going to be drawn from the side of this zone. As of now, all the teams looking comfortable as far as their rotation is concerned. but to what end is what I am trying to figure out, because as of now we do have the players on our screens. It's going to be team H2E against the players of TmW. Now both of these teams find themselves towards the southern side of Yasnaya. The west side of Yasnaya is where they're at. TNW right behind H2E is going to be the small little waterway, and of course in front is going to be TmW. So for H2E, either they just keep on steady and hold on this position for as long as they can, because they are in the comfort of the zone and perhaps they do not want to make their presence felt, or as we can see Kian trying to utilize that nade to bring in a little bit more damage against TmW's position. A tricky conversion for team H2E, but now on the map I can see that H2E that I earlier thought will be absolutely safe from their back end are not, because the grounders have entered the exact same area as we do have on the top right hand side the players of H2E right across that bridge. Well, across that bridge is where the grounders players are, and the zone in a league of its own moved on towards the players and the position of Mansion right here, where TFD find themselves in the center. From the north, it's going to be in control of course, BABLU, but so many teams from the western side are still going to have to make that rotation to get into the zone itself.
Well, speaking of faulty devils, they have been showcasing good performance today, and this very position they are having in this particular circle is going to favor them in grabbing those points they are looking for. This can be a good game for the faulty devils as well, and maybe win also, which they are looking for in the very last day of week number 2. But on the southern side, also few teams are present who can lock horns with each other. But Magnus Esports, they are surprising me. They are still holding on to the potato hill so far away from the circle. Yes, they might find an easy pathway inside the circle, but a late rotation from Magnus Esports, let's see how it is going to pan out.
Exactly. I'm also questioning the way Magnus Esports is trying to approach this game right now. They're taking it very, very safe. They're keeping it very, very passive, in fact, as we do have them, like you perfectly mentioned, making a rotation from that Pareto Hill from the south. For now, they are ahead and are going to be in their vehicles to get into the zone from the southwestern side of the area. With that, on our screens, of course, is going to be TUF against the players of NES. Now, North Esports and TUF, they both are sitting at the edge of the zone, as we can see from the top right hand side of our screens on that mini map. At the same time, this is the western side of the zone, and from the backlines we can see the players of T20 Qwerty are also going to be around in the vicinity. So a very close contestation between these two teams, TUF and NES, and whichever moves on fourth is going to then have to deal with the players of T20 Qwerty as well.
Well, certainly they have to, but TUF is the one that are dropping down bodies of North Esports, as Roshan and Mac are still bleeding out, and their remaining teammate, that Zamir, is going to be the last man standing. He has the cover, he has the compound for himself, but for how long can he stop the players of TUF? Because they know that he's the last man from that squad, and they have the numbers advantage, but they don't have the position advantage, as they are getting shot from some direction. Magnus Esports is chiming in, taking down few players. One player from the side of TUF that is going to favor Zamir, but not for very long, as TUF is already showing in his doorstep, and he managed to take down one, but he gets taken down. In the meantime, he revived Roshan. He also falls down, and North Esports has been eliminated by the players of TUF. But TUF, they have grabbed the attention of Magnus Esports, and Magnus Esports looks like they are surrounding the players of TUF, who are not at all prepared for this fight.
Oh, this is the moment that players of Magnus should have already pushed and rushed. And of course, that perfect spray that will be able to connect will bring down another point in favor of Magnus for now. But that small little loss of information from the side of Magnus has resulted in TUF being a 3-man squad right now. Earlier, it was just a 1-man army, as 2 of their players were already dropped down. But now, of course, Magnus, they did not know that. They had to play it safe, and that is what they are doing. But now it is a 4v3 affair, for which, of course, Magnus needs to be very, very cautious and careful of. Looking at the zone, T20 Qwerty very much in control, as we do have the zone moving away from the center lines of TFD towards the players of T20 Qwerty. But now, the fight that Magnus has taken is so very critical from that western flank of the zone. There's only one team that can push on forth, either Magnus or TUF, and there's the only compound that's available over there. At the same time, on our screens is going to be the players of Quantum Race that we spoke about earlier, are still going to be in close contestation of that Yasnaya region, and from that, of course, they now need to make that rotation. Once they do, they are going to have to deal with the players of BABLU as well. BABLU once again going with a 2-man split from their side. We do have Pika OP and Teen Wolf right here on our screens, as they are looking at the edge of the zone for now. I wonder if their position is going to be a perfect bait or not, because again, they're playing as a two-man split. At the same time, TUF, they are playing a perfect strategy right here, where Edgar has moved out so far out by his lonesome to create a flank angle against the positioning of Magnus. Not entirely sure how he was able to get ahead under the noses of Magnus, but ahead. Again, that's what TUF does, and now it's all going to be factored in as to who between those two teams are going to be able to get that first shot. As of now, from our screens, we do have Quraysh Esports in control of the position of 3x's players.
I'm still worried about Edgar because 52 Esports, Reggie side are also in the close proximity and he's all by himself. When you go for the flank angle, there is a very high chance of some other team spotting you out, and that is a possibility. But right now, Quraysh Esports, they've spotted on Miracle from the side of 3x, and the smoke that he has been dropping down are not helping at all, as he's taking hefty damage and he's surviving on 10 HP. And finally, one info finds an opportunity to find a mission as well, but faster finds a confirmation onto Edgar, who was in a flank angle. Now TUF, they are falling down, but no, they are still fighting as they managed to take down not just one, two player of Team Magnus Esports. Thor finding two beautiful knocks, turning the tables around, but Zen takes a hefty damage on the sliver of HP, manages to take down Thor over there. That means TUF, Joker Sir Grenades comes in and takes down Zen also. Rollin, he has to be the savior for his teammates, as Joker Sir is already deploying those throwables, crucial throwables in the side of Magnus Esports, calling comrades. Well, this fight is becoming very interesting right now.
It is becoming very chaotic at the same time, as well as we do have 52 Esports players also taking on shots against the players of Team TUF. Now, Magnus, they have been playing it like a backline approach. Not entirely sure what's gotten into them. This was the perfect opportunity, the second bait that was created from the side of TUF, where they could have capitalized upon. It is only Joker Sir and only Joker Sir that they need to deal with. But Drolin is moving away and further away from the entirety of the fight. I mean, Magnus Esports, they are taking it a bit too safe. Not sure what's gotten into them. It could have been their fight. It still can be their fight, but we shall have to see if that'll be the case or not. At the same time, thankfully, they have been able to approach the perfect synergy between themselves, as all four members of Magnus's squad are going to be remaining. But again, for TUF, that is the same case as well. I mean, Magnus, I honestly expected better, but at the same time, nothing that I want to be too clingy about, because they still have the numbers advantage working in their favor. But for TUF, they are playing it spot on. The way Thor created that flank angle, the way he brought down the players of Magnus almost down to just one-man army, that was Drolin. That was incredible. That could have been a conversion, and Magnus could have been eliminated right there, thanks to the perfect read of Thor from TUF. But now it all boils down to the zone moving away from these teams that we are talking about. As of course, we've got two individual fights taking place on that perfect approach that we had, the drone view. One side, of course, we do have the players of T20 R3D. At the same point of time, they go up against 52 Esports, and on the backlines, we had TUF against the players of Magnus.
Four teams are trying to fight against each other on the western side, but they only have 3 seconds as the zone is going to start shrinking in, and this particular phase 6 circle is going to dish out a lot of damage. That means they need to prioritize the circle, but Firo, the last man standing, is doing the damage on the side of Reggie's side. There is no chance they can escape right now, as their teammates are falling down one after another, but Magnus Esports comes on top, manages to eliminate TUF and the last player of 52 Esports as well, but their own teammate is still bleeding out. They have to revive, they have to move inside the circle as well. Reggie's side is also crumbling down, and they have lost on their player. That means 2 players from Reggie's side are still standing, and Star are also going for the rotation, but looks like Magnus, they don't have a vehicle. They don't have, no, his teammates are having a vehicle low. For a second I was worried about Zen, how he's going to make inside the circle. Now Star, they know the players of Team Star are ahead of them. Let's see if Magnus is going to fight with them.
Exactly. Now Magnus, they have played it safe, a bit too safe in fact is what I'll say, but at the same time they've made their presence felt as they jump in to get the opportunity for themselves and take on those points. Right now they have all 4 players standing, they have the vehicles, they have 6 elimination points converted for them, as we are looking at 8 teams remaining in total. 27 players. R3D right side get eliminated as well on the 9th spot. 8 teams, as we said, are remaining. As of now, we do have Team Quraysh looking very much synergistic in terms of their approach. Right across their fields is going to be the players of Quantum Rage as well. Now Quraysh need to deal with Quantum Rage, the sooner the better, because Quantum Rage is another one of those teams that does not let go down that easy. And Senior, he had the perfect momentum, but it seems like, of course, it was 420 boy who had the better crosshair setup, and of course that in turn will be able to bring down Senior. Now that means Quantum Rage are all going to be surrounded from the players of T20 Korea, and one perfect Molotov and nade could be the end that could dictate the fight that of course Quantum Rage thought could be theirs, but it seems to be running away from them. At the same time, of course, we need to talk about the other teams. Apart from these two, the other 5 teams, they ought to be hearing all of this commotion taking place, so they know exactly where these teams are at, and they are coming in from the northern side. Now, talking about the zone itself, the zone is going to be favoring nobody actually for now. From this northern side, we have so many teams that are busy in a fight of their own. At the same time, Team Stars final player Sultana, once again, the final player Sultana, he's just playing it safe. He's just playing it little too safe and easy, which again is nothing to complain about, because after all, if you're one-man army, all you want is to get as many placement points as you possibly can for your team.
Well, certainly placement points are required, but right now Quantum Rage are creating problems for the side of Team Quirty over there, and right now Team Quantum Rage, they have to prioritize the circle, but H2E, beautiful gameplay coming from their side as they manage to eliminate the one entire team. But right now Quraysh Esports, they are trying to move inside the circle, and they're showing right in the doorstep of 2 players of H2E. Are they prepared or not? Only time will tell, as 420 boy final knock and confirmation onto Senior as well of Quantum Rage. With that, Quantum Rage surviving in the last play? No, not for very long, as they has been eliminated at 6th position. But on the other side, Money OG finds a knock onto Drawlin of Magnus Esports, and Magnus, they are a little far away from the circle, and the position has been given away. That means they have to make rotation from the northern side, from the under the nose of Sultana and Quirty. Some big moves coming from Magnus.
Well, again, I mean, 2-man army from the side of Magnus, they, I think, have chewed on a bit too much, but again, at the same time, now they need to be careful, because thankfully from H2E side, the advance being made from H2E against the players of T20 Quirty has resulted in the fight maybe favoring the players of Magnus and the position of Magnus, but it seems like T20 Quirty are going to be able to capitalize with that flank angle as Magnus get eliminated. Voltrux, the final player remaining, has the opportunity to give his teammate the revival, but he needs to be careful of H2E because they have their crosshair set up, and with that, Team Stars final player Sultana has been spotted on from Quraysh Esports, and whoa, what a perfect spot on finish that was from Sultana as well. But of course, the numbers advantage favoring the players of Quraysh Esports, and thus it is going to be Team Star getting eliminated. We've got 3 teams remaining right here. T20 Quirty, they are left with the 2-man army. We've got Quraysh Esports. At the same point of time, H2E, all 4-man approach from their side, also looking very comfortable. It is majorly a fight between H2E and Quraysh Esports, but T20 Quirty, they can be the ones that could be standing out like a sore thumb between these 2 teams.
Certainly, Kian with that M4 160 is trying to find a confirmation onto the plus of Quraysh Esports. He's picking fight with the plus of Quirty as well. H2E, they are creating so much noise, picking fight with the rest of the 2 teams instead of letting them fight against each other and go for the win. But let's see if this can turn out well in their favor, as Saad is already closing out on the distance, and Tarzan is also in the very close proximity, or I'll say in the distance that a perfect projectile can come from the side of Quraysh Esports of a grenade or a molotov that can take down Tarzan down. But Assad finds a knock onto Voltrox, but he himself gets traded down. But Kian, he doesn't have the time for the revival, as he is also getting taken down by grabbing over there, and Team Voltrox, Team Quirty is looking very good right now as they're crumbling the players of Team H2E.
Well, they definitely are. As of now, we do have the players of T20 Quirty Gravity right here on our screens, who's definitely pushing on his luck as he takes down the player of H2E. Now, along with that, Quraysh Esports are now very much looking in position to make this chicken dinner their own. Talking about the zone itself, the team in yellow is going to be the one that's Quraysh Esports, so they have the control of the zone as well, working in their favor. And they've, of course, got the control of H2E's players as well, because JD was dropped down, Tarzan is up on the move, and of course, Mani should be able to spot him, and just like that, he will be able to bring the players of H2E down to nil. With that, T20 Quirty left with 1-man army. That's going to be Gravity against, of course, the players of Quraysh. Just like that, Quraysh will be able to dominate, and they will be the ones walking away with a perfect chicken dinner from this game of Erangel, pushing on to the 6th overall in terms of their ranking. And along with that, of course, they also do have 8 eliminations.
8 eliminations and 15 placement points. Total 23 points is what Quraysh Esports are getting out from this very game. But Quraysh Esports, they're already sitting comfortably in the overall ranking, and this is going to help them. But on the other side, the teams that needed to step up in this very game, well, they have a few bad performance. Faulty Devils,
True.
they were in a very good spot to get a, if not a win, good game in their favor, because they had the control of the match, and Team BABLU was also present on the northern eastern side. They could have capitalized on their position, but both the teams failed to do so.
Well. Now we are gonna find out after the break itself that what are those top 12 teams that will be participating on the map of Livik. But like I said, that will be after the short little break. Stick around. We'll be right back with the update.
All right, so finally we are done and dusted with all the games from the league stage. Still one more game remaining though, the bonus matchup of Livik. However, this time, I mean, somewhere down the line, Shadow, we kind of have that feeling who the top 12 teams are. But I really would love to take a look at the overall standings to confirm what has happened of the second position. However, there was that competition going all along. But what a game of Erangel we did just witness. Quraysh Esports finally coming in swinging. And what a week has it been for these lads.
Well, certainly, Quraysh Esports, as compared to week number 1, their performance has a stark improvement, I'll say, because this time they are in the top. But Quraysh Gravity is the one who is being the MVP this time with 6 elimination and 986 damage that he was dishing out.
Oh yeah, I mean, Gravity is such an amazing player, right? We know this lad, and especially he made his appearance from the last PMPL. Had those nervy times, but now he's well settled in. Just making sure he makes his domination felt throughout the lobby. But Money has also been sort of a revelation. Voltrox has been one of those consistent players from QWERTY. 420 boy finally gaining some ground, and Faster just being faster, right? Faster finisher. Magnus, they've just been so very good. But regardless, I mean, this was one of those games where we really thought that maybe H2E could come out swinging, maybe get a chicken dinner, at least end their run in week number 2 with a final laugh. But that certainly did not happen. 9 eliminations is where they have to settle themselves as QWERTY, despite the fact they did come second. But those 12 eliminations did help them out to secure that first spot in the match rankings. That's Quraysh Esports. Now we're really shying out. 23 points is what they're going to be taking, and they're going to be happy with that. T20 QWERTY finally, in the final day, they did manage to recover, and that was amazing from their side.
Well, they recovered in time. It was not the 5th day, the very last day, that they saved all those amazing gameplays. They started doing a comeback on the 3rd day of week number 2 itself, having few good games in their favor. That is helping their case as compared to H2E, who were having too many bad games.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not a good thing, right? Because H2E, they did make that comeback in that first week, right? Towards day number 4 and day number 3. And still somehow missed out, and the consistency is still lacking. The players, they've got their morals down. But enough about H2E. It was an amazing week this time around. We did see so many new teams rather step up, and Quraysh was the biggest surprise. Magnus just being Magnus, as we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and it was action all the way. You know, the final game, teams that did not qualify, had no chance of qualifying, knew they did not, they aren't gonna make it, so they just went all out. Samin also, we got to see this player back in action for North Esports. North Esports did have a really good day so far, but seems like the way to Livik is a little too short now. But towards the end, like you can see, right, H2E, they were doing pretty good, but could not get those conviction on QWERTY, as a result of which they eventually just got wiped out. And T20 QWERTY, I mean, Gravity, one of those players, you've got to talk all praises about these lads. I mean, the way he handled those final situations, especially getting a little bit help from Quraysh, and Gravity had no other option but just to give his life away, as they managed to end up getting that chicken dinner. But T20 QWERTY, again, highest damage points. Magnus, again, living up to their name. And they can never have a really bad game, can they?
Well, they never have a bad game. After day number 2 of week 1, they haven't looked back at all. But on the other side, BABLU is one of the team that had a good position inside the circle. TFD, also Quality Devils, had a good position until third circle, but they both are not able to capitalize. They were not able to capitalize at all on that. Regicide, what's happening to them? Because Regicide also started stepping up in the end of week number 1, but after that, not so good performance coming from their side as well.
Yeah, I mean,
In fact, two back-to-back bad games.
yeah, Regicide haven't really, stepped up, but now is the time. We finally get our top 12 teams, and here we have it, Magnus so uncontested, and R3D Esports somehow just crawling their way into the top 3. 185 points is what they've secured, and they've been ever so consistent. And finally getting to see some ground for them. And the battle between Magnus and R3D Esports, I'm pretty sure in the overall rankings, it is going to still keep on continuing. Quantum Rage, again, that consistency clearly shows. I think they've got their eyes on at the SA Championship, want to be that top 6 team, one of them. But here we have it. H2E, this time, finally, they've made it. Made it in the final game. But I really thought that, things looked a little short. They've done it by 3 points, and that means R3D, North Esports, Regicide, the Faulty Devil 3X Esports. This time they're going to be missing it out. Triple Esports, TmwEsports, 52 Esports, not really having a good time. And the misery keeps on continuing. Getting those chicken dinners, the Faulty Devils felt like, if they kind of kept on pressing in, could have done better. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a look at the schedule, because we just have that one more map remaining for you guys. The bonus map of Livik, where only the top 12 teams are going to be partaking. And we know for all the action that is going to be our way. Because, come on, Livik is one of those maps. Shotguns, P90s, not a lot of M4s. But last time, I8 managed to get a chicken dinner. Do you think, Bhavna, this time it's going to be something different?
I will try to do it again, because they had the ups and downs in the entire week this time. So in the bonus match, they want to prove a point. At least I think they want to prove that their dominance is still there in the game, and they are not to be taken lightly. So yeah, it can have a good performance, or should have a good performance.
They certainly should. But once, let's take a look at the point structure for Livik, because we have a different points structure, because of course 12 teams are just playing, right? So has to be adjusted accordingly. The first position this time not getting 15 points, so we clearly know, it's the point structure. Teams don't care about positions anymore. They just want finishes, eliminations for themselves. One elimination point is going to matter a lot, because imagine, even if you're ranking 7th, you're just getting 1 point out of those positions. So it's better just fight it out and make sure that you've got that best spot for yourself. And last time, I mean, Quraysh did come second. This time maybe could end up at the first position, and this is where, Shadow, again, have you made it +1 yet? Not yet?
Nope.
Oh,
nope.
Okay. 2 weeks gone by and you're still yet to open up.
Week 3. Okay. Livik maybe.
Livik might be the charm. Alright, so who do you think?
I want to pick I8 and Magnus, but I want to pick Grounders. Because I'll pick Grounders, because they are playing Livik for the first time, and the way they have improved their gameplay, they ought to have a good performance this time.
I thought you'd go a little safe this time, but you're not going for that. You're going all out. You're gonna be your dreamer. I love that, especially one of the patrons for the underdogs out there, right? And the Grounders. I mean, underdogs by all means. At least in this tournament, we have seen them in the past. They were amazing, but the way they've been playing, they definitely need some booster dose out there. But for me, I think it's gonna be a tough take. Magnus or I8. I think I'd just stick to I8 because let's be honest, Magnus, they're gonna have a fight against TUF, which could end up anyway out. I don't know what's gonna happen at Midstein because they kind of love taking those fights. Last time they did come out swinging, but this time maybe TUF might have that little vengeance story backing them up. So that could be a whole different thing. But what an amazing week has it been, especially for the likes of Quraysh. I thought you might go for Quraysh because last time, if you remember, they placed the #2. But seems like you've settled at the Grounders. The probabilities are not too high, but I would love to see them winning this one. I would at least get some points out of this game, and will of course be added to your overall rankings this time perhaps. But yeah, I mean, for Magnus, they have been the table toppers. Nothing is going to take that 20 points, bonus points that they're going to receive. But for maybe I8, they have something to fight for, because if they can manage to get better points over here, if they can manage some good points and make sure Quraysh are dealt with earlier on, maybe they might end up at the second spot.
There is a possibility because Quraysh, yes, I have a very high hope from this team because the way they have been playing the last league, Livik as well, and this entire week, Quraysh Esports definitely. But talking about the meta of Livik, last time we saw players going for those shotguns. So a team with a good frontal battle, I8 can take this one. Grounders, they lack those frontal battles.
Hey, you've
now
gone
I'm
for them. Do you want to change?
No.
All right.
Grounders, I want them to get it.
Grounders for you. Grounders for you. You've gone for it. For me, it's going to be I8 because I know when they've got that storyline running for themselves, they never really shy away. And I think it's time now that we take it to the battlegrounds, as the match is going to be our way anytime soon. As all these teams might just take a plunge, and there's going to be an absolute bloodfest in Livik. I'm excited for those shotgun, the XM101, the P90s, the SMGs that we have seen in this map, and you know, those 50 mags, 50 bullets in that mag, it really does help it out. And for now, I mean, all the teams have taken their drops. TUF, they decided to drop elsewhere. So, well, now maybe Magnus do stand a chance, and for all the good reasons. The Season 1 parachute, I mean, very rarely do we get to see that. And I also do have one of them. I want to see which player this exactly is, because he's got all those OG outfits, you know, from back in the days, and takes you back to the old days when things were really good. And Virus, quite understandably why, one of the oldest players of the region. TUF this time, however, not in contention. But taking a look at the other teams, or maybe my eyes are just kind of hovering around that map feed, which I have for myself, trying to figure out if we could see any sort of drop clash nearby. And seems like, to my disappointment, that's not going to happen. Maybe TUF and the Grounders, maybe from the early start. And Sensitive needs to watch out, Shadow. If he does not, he's done for.
I have picked that team.
Yeah.
Something is jinxing their gameplay, and okay, let's see. But TUF, yes, they are one of the strong team when it comes to frontal battles, and they are going to spot up Tensi sooner or later if it doesn't regroup with his teammates. Even Nash is also in the close proximity from the side of Metershot Sky, so Grounders needs to be a bit careful. Otherwise, it will be two teams that might be taking shots in their direction. But on the northern side, we have the players of Quantum Rage as well going for a split. Spark somewhere else, and the remaining players are somewhere towards the side of Estate, so nothing to worry about for now, at least.
At least for now. And TUF, Thor, Edgar, Virus, and Joker. Last time, they could not even get a knock and finish. This time, however, they've survived for longer than 2 minutes. Now, for you guys, if you've got to say this, you know, this particular map is very small, 2x2. And just wait for like 1 or 2 more minutes, and then you're gonna see all that action breaking right in front of you. And as we take a look at you know, all these teams, TUF certainly have backed off a little bit. You know, they just want to get the looting done. But talking about the circle, I think freestyle are right at the hearts of it. And Team BABLU even, as a matter of fact, last time we could see Gravity making some really nice plays. But it felt a little short because I think they got a third party also. Even I8 was in the mix. There was another team that they had to deal with. And Gravity is in having such a sublime form running for himself. So they can do something really better. Team BABLU, however, having the center, BABLU was one of those teams that got eliminated pretty early on. So I'm kind of curious to see what they can make out of this as Team T20 get themselves in the midst of action, trying to go after the players of Team Star, spraying down bullets at their direction as Team Star finally find some cover, and now they want to engage in a fight.
Well, they have a cover, and if QWERTY overextend this fight, they might lose few of their players. Even if they get a win in this particular fight, they will chances are they will lose out on one or more players of their own. So not so good decision, but yes, the way they are trying to rotate and converge the players, that could work in their favor. But Team BABLU is also in the close proximity. I8 is also there. There are chances of third party happening, but Wardox is out there in the open. And Usma with that info 1-6, he tried to dish out the damage onto Voltrix over there, but not enough to take him down.
Not enough, at least for now, right? But as we head on, Team Star still having some good cover to play around. T20 QWERTY, they've all kind of grouped up on those small little compounds, and Team Star knows what's coming their way. They're trying to cross over that road, need a few smokes to get there safely, because if they do not, they might be in a whole world of trouble as Magnus this time, and the ones who did wipe out 2 squads last time early on before getting eliminated as 420 boy does try to peek in, fire a few shots, but eventually got his helmet damaged a lot. And now T20 QWERTY realize that maybe it's not their fight to take anymore.
It's not their fight, but they have to compound. But looks Team Star, they want to take this fight because look at Miracle's position. He's going for a flank angle. He has a little bit of the high rock to his advantage, but he's getting a couple of shots from somewhere else. He has been taken down to 10 HP, and looks like it is Team BABLU that was taking shots onto the player of Team Star out there. So Gravity also needs to be a bit careful. In fact, the whole squad of Team QWERTY needs to be a bit careful because in Livik, the third parties we did witness last time, so many third parties were happening, but Tazan also walks in the crosshair of Halsey over there, but manages to find an escape.
Does manage to find an escape though. But for now, Metershot Sky are gonna be relentless. H2E right in front of them. Tarzan did take some damage out there, but Metershot Sky have to be very wary of the fact that if even one of their player gets knocked out, it could be the push coming in from the players of Team Magnus, because Magnus, well, they did take some damage early on, so they would want some vengeance of that little broken castle providing cover. But JD is taken into the waters, and now as we can see, the circle starting to slowly but surely close in. This is where the teams are kind of hunkering down on that central areas. Freestyle, T20 QWERTY, all of them having that center to themselves. Team BABLU might just get surrounded. So many teams coming in from that northern side. Quantum Rage, I8, even Team Star, as a matter of fact, are right beside them. It's going to be a very difficult escape for them, because if they even take that southern route, it is going to be the players of Freestyle that they're going to meet with. So in the next 2 minutes, they have to take a fight against one of these squads, at least clear one of these angles.
They have to, but as compared to week number 1, this is a much slower Livik this time. In week 2, maybe the teams realized a few of their mistakes of not going over aggressive or something, but there is an addition of some new teams as well on which we don't have any information, or at least these teams not have any information. But few fights are still breaking out as Quantum Rage. One of the player is still down on his knees, and let's see if a revival is coming anytime soon or not, because TUF from the southern side, they can do a very good third party in this situation on grounders as well. But Healthy gets taken down by Jaydeep of Team H2E, and Metershot Sky, the split they were having is not going to help them. to bring their fallen comrade back on his feet.
Oh, of course. Now, JD, he went into the waters, tried to take that flank angle for himself. Clearly worked out the way he wanted as Quraysh Rafe. He's been taken down. Of course, we'll have no trouble getting the revive, though. It's going to be important to see if the grounders are going to close in on the gap. But for now, H2E still struggling to get inside the circle. Tarzan does have that XM1014 that I was talking about. A close range beast of a weapon. And an exclusive to this beautiful map of Livik. I mean, so mesmerizing. You've got volcanoes, you've got that Iceland, gives you a little bit of that Vikendi vibe. You've got that little bit of, those deserty areas. And then those greener pastures. So it's kind of the culmination of all the maps of PUBG Mobile that we do have. But H2E, they have to get inside the circle. They've got to figure out a solution. They have to figure out a method. Because if they do not, then they very might as well be dead. Because so many teams are watching out for them. You've got the players of Magnus trying to block that entry. You've got the players of Metershot X Sky. They have to pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat.
Now, H2 is reconsidering their decision of poking the players of Metershot Sky, because now they realize that Metershot is gatekeeping them. So that's why a northern rotation might be coming from their side, as right now they are taking the damage of the blue, going for a very long rotation. But Star God Fury finds a knock onto the plus of Team Quantum Rage as Spark hits the ground, but his teammates are nearby, so that means a easy revival might be coming in any minute soon. But on the other side, Team Star, they have a hard compound, good compound to hold on to, at least for the circle. Team BABLU and Team IS still holding on to the position and being very silent this time. That is something I didn't expect, because last time IA, they were making noise. BABLU, yes, they didn't had a very good game, but IA, they were getting so many defeat points. Maybe they're waiting for the final circle, maybe few of the final circle, when they'll start picking up fights and show their dominance.
I hope so. Oh, but look at H2E just getting shredded apart by the players of TUF, but still not succeeding getting that knock. However, Virus does find two, and now they're in shambles. They did take that gamble. They did take that northern route. It in fact come down from the southern side, but now they're just being sprayed on. And clearly out of options. How do they make themselves out of the situation? Maybe Quraysh could be an answer, because they have managed to knock out the players of TUF. Now Tarzan, finding that a little bit of an opening, does manage to take one more player of TUF down. And now TUF, they're kind of broken. The ground is also closing in from the backgrounds. It's going to be such an intense fight. This is what we're talking about. But this time we're not witnessing all these teams taking those fights from the closer ranges, right? This time we're witnessing these teams, fight from those mid-range areas. Haven't really seen that shotgun in action yet. Maybe in the next couple of minutes we might see some, compound pushes happening. But regardless, the even team Magnus find themselves getting an opening on the players of Metershot Sky. And from what we can see, they might go in for the push.
They might go in for the push, and right now H2E, they are struggling with the rotation. They tried to go for the northern rotation, went for the southern rotation, but now they have some other team on their tail that can be Metershot Sky. On the other island over there, TUF is still gatekeeping them. So H2E, let's see how they're going to make inside the circle. Maybe by taking down the TUF, as they managed to take down Edgar over there. But the hard scoping is coming from the side of Virus. But Tarzan again moving forward. But Assad still hiding behind that rock. Can he also regroup his teammate? But somewhere else, Magnus Esports are also picking fight with the plus of Metershot Sky, as they managed to eliminate one of the players from their side.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, even it has made their way inside the circle, and yeah. Metershot Sky finally, putting a fight back at the players of Team Magnus. Knight has taken a couple of damage out there. Khatir still does not want to press in. He knows, one bad move could cause the entire squad to get eliminated. The lonesome player surviving is faster. He's also fallen down on his knees as Spark gets taken down by Zibyan, who's taking damage from the blue. Does not get still the third circle. Not a lot of damage being inflicted. Does have that vehicle to get inside though, as Senium finds a knock onto it. Scott Fury as JD did have that good angle, and now he's gonna stop Team BABLU from entering inside the circle as mind games keep on following, and Team BABLU still not having the time of their lives in the map of Livik, struggling again as Pika gets spotted out. Beautiful knock again coming in from JD.
But is it worth it? Because Team BABLU and Contemporaries, they are fighting in the blue. They have to move inside the circle, and Team Freestyle is on the periphery of the circle. Team Star will also be joining them. So many teams will try and gate give if they manage to survive this fight. And right now, Team BABLU, their players are falling down. JD, the only hope from the side of Quantum Rage. Not too many forced it onto them, but I8, being the silent one, which I didn't expect at all from their side, have managed to grab the control of power plant area over there. And Quraysh Esports also still holding on to the position, being so very silent. Can they go for a win that we were hoping for?
I mean, we certainly were hoping for bigger things, but for I8, we also remember that the circle last time ended up around the power plant area. Freestyle, despite the fact that they dropped over there, they decided to take that northern recourse. But now the grounders, well, they're getting surrounded. CUF, they're trying to close in. And if they get some good angle at them, and there you have it, Team BABLU again eliminated at the 11th spot, will have no position point, just that 1 point out of finishes that they've managed. But H2E have made a very good recovery out there. But look at 420 Boy, not really missing out on his spray this time, getting the better out of the players of Team Star. As Miracle, 420, little bit of complacency being displayed and gets punished as Miracle trying to want to heal himself up as Voltrex just pushes in. Sultana, I don't think he's going to survive the wrath of the blue zone. And there you go, Team Star. They also find themselves out of this game. But Khan getting knocked out. I'm pretty sure he's going to get that revive. And so will Gravity get the rest back up on his teammate 420. As the circle favors the boys from the players of Quraysh. This is where I8 need to decide to make a move. Freestyle, even having all 4 of their players alive, they're also going to get inside the circle as the players of TUF start pushing in on the grounders. Are they prepared for this rush? As finally we do get to see those shotguns in display as Evil Boy somehow just squirming his way through, still surviving this fight. And as he wants to patch up that first hit, but comes out of it, gets that knock on Evil Boy as Virus gets finished off, but no follow-up coming in from Joker's side. And this could have been done way earlier. And TUF, for no reason, have had to deal with casualties of their own.
Certainly, and Grounders also, the split they were having from the very start not working in their favor because they lost 2 of the players, and right now they're picking fights with Evil Boy over there. And this fight is a doable because 420 Boy is all by himself, but I8 is picking fight with the plus of Team FS, and one after other FS is losing out on the players, and the entire team has been eliminated at 6th position. But right now I8 are in the crosshair of Quraysh Esports, and Jaguar from the height advantage picks not just 1, 2 players of Team I8.
Yeah, and this is where, they can take complete control of this game. Jaguar just mowing down all that lead into the hearts of the players of I8. And I8 wanted some finishes, and they got taken aback. They did not anticipate Quraysh as another grenade comes in from Hasni as Uzum, the last lonesome player surviving from I8, as the final 3 remain. And in a jiffy, everybody just gets wiped out as Uzum wants to go in for the charge in, wants to take a fight against Jaguar, but it is a push coming in from 2 different directions as Jaguar gets that final elimination with that shotgun, and the final 2 teams remain. It is going to be a 2v3 situation, and the Grounders ever so close from getting that chicken dinner. Maybe Shadow. There is that chance. There is that possibility. We get to see that one right by your name, but it's going to be so difficult because Quraysh, they have such good control over this circle right now.
I don't want to jinx it at all, but the way Grounders are sticking together, a single grenade can do a hefty damage on their side, and Hustling is still keeping out on the flank angle onto the Grounders. But Black lobs a grenade. Can he find a connection? And the answer is no, and his own teammate CU also tried to do so towards the side of Husni, but Husni, the way he's changing his position constantly is keeping the players of Grounders, both the players of Grounders confused, and this time CU finally opens things up as he managed to take down Rafe down. Can they take this win?
Oh, let's see. Only time shall tell. The Grounders ever so close are 2v2 right now. Hasni not in the best positions. Jaguar has to be the star of the show again for Quraysh. Last time they ended up second, this time in pursuit to get that chicken dinner. as Mr. Black has that perfect angle maybe on Hasni and has been spotted out as the grenade goes on towards Jaguar's way. As he decides to push in on Mr. Black. Can he succeed with that shotgun? Yes, he might. No, it's going to be the answer. As finally the grounders might just do it. They're going in, but Hasni responds back. As now, it is a 1v1. Sue against Hasni. Does Hasni have enough first aids? That's the big question. Sue certainly does. And now he steps out of his cover. Sue has to clutch it out. A shotgun not really advisable at this point against an AMP. And now he still marches in, and Sue gets it for his team. And Shadow, the grounders have done it. The winner chicken dinner coming in, and certainly the miracle that they needed. 7 eliminations, and on they go. 17 points secured from this game. Wow, what a way. A bonus map gets you right on top, gets that one right by your name. How happy are you?
I'm very happy. Wow, I
Finally.
want to thank Grounders for getting me that one in the correct prediction over there. I'm also happy about the fact that one team that I had the most complaint from the Grounders, because I wanted the way they did Springs. Correct prediction on the very team Grounders.
Alright, I mean, Shadow is so happy, ecstatic, elated. It's 2 weeks of struggle and finally she gets one home. And in what a way, Shadow. I mean, that was so amazing to see the Grounders. I mean, they were just being bashed at and still were relentless in those final few moments. You know, the way they played it out, Mr. Black and the Sue. It all came down with that, getting that first knock over there, cutting off the flanks. And Jaguar getting a little overzealous, right? A little overambitious. Did manage to close in the gap, but not enough to get that knock. And it was Hasni all by his lonesome. Still managed to secure that trade though. But again, Sue, it all came down to who connected those shots. Now, with those shotguns, you have to be very precise, right? Of course, you know, you've got that auto shotgun up. You know the damage. All you need is one bullet. And in that range, he could have done that. But he missed. And Sue connected with his AMP. AMP ever so broken in this game. Did not get to see that P19 action. But it was a different style of a Livik that we got to witness this time around, right? Not a lot of teams, you know, taking those frontal close, battles. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, with things said and done, we'll take a look at the MVP, who's going to be Shapatas. 4 eliminations. And finally, he finds a mark. Finally, he makes it to the MVP. 530 damage. Take a bow.
Well, certainly Shaptar from the side of Team Grounders getting 4 elimination, like you also mentioned. Well, Grounders were trying, at one point they were losing it. Yeah, things were going south for them when they lost 2 of the players, but the way they started picking themselves up, not losing their confidence, 2 men, they finally got it. And yes, Shaptar was the reason that they are also getting this winner chicken dinner for themselves. Along with Shaptar, it was Mr. Black also.
Yeah, Mr. Black. Both these players making sure. But Quraysh Esports, huge comments to them as their #2curse continues in Livik. But really good read from their side, right? Had a beautiful map control. All they had to do was show a little bit of patience, right? Respected the circle. This chicken dinner could have been theirs. But regardless, you know, I love the way they dealt with Team I8, right? They knew that they were taking fights against freestyle and they will have to come inside the circle. And in doing that, they capitalized. Never really let them close in. As we take a look at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, highest eliminations going in for Shapatar, the highest damage being dealt by Mr. Black, highest assist to Shapatar, and Uzim getting that longest distance finish. But regardless, you know, it was a really good game. We did get to see a lot of action coming out from that eastern side. You know, so many of those teams, TUF, H2E, Metershot X Sky, Magnus, everybody, you know, trying to make their way inside the circle. But as we take a look at the match standings, there you can see, you know, TUF, courtesy to those 6 eliminations, despite the fact that they had just 3 position points, they still end up at the 3rd spot.
Well, yes, they are on the 3rd spot because of the placement points. They were taken out pretty early in the game, and that is where they're sitting on 3rd position. But other than that, Team BABLU, I have my complaints with BABLU. They were taking fight in the blue, although they were holding on to the position for so long. They could easily prioritize the circle, just like the way IA did.
Oh yeah, they could have really done right, and in delaying their rotation in taking those fights, I do not know what was going on in their heads. And whatever the case be, Team BABLU is having such a tough time at Livik, and this should not have been their map there where they should have been falling apart. Even for the likes of Freestyle, I must say, I mean, that one decision to take a change their position from the power plant area to that northern side, anticipating the zone shift at their place, did not really work out. But Quraysh Esports, they were patient. They knew what to do. They knew how to approach, despite Team I8 taking down one of their players early on. Despite they got their revenge, took out the entire squad, and Jaguar and Hasni, that duo has also been something that we need to talk about a lot more, because Quraysh Esports have, I think, been one of my favorite squads this particular week. Because let's be honest, Magnus, they were the most consistent team, but Quraysh, with the way they played, now have secured themselves those extra 19 bonus points that is going to help them while they make their way into the grand finals of the PMPL Pakistan, and gives them an opportunity to fight for the top 6 spot to enter into that SA championship that every single team over here is fighting out so long for.
Certainly, Quraysh Esports, they have impressed everyone with their performance. But on the other side, the bottom team that are trying to step up are H2A and Metershot Sky as well. Maybe in week number 3, they can do something similar to what Quraysh Esports did. But talking about the match ranking, the team which is going to be on the top is going to be Magnus Esports with 281 points.
Yeah, finally ending their run in a really nice manner. Magnus Esports, week number 2 champions, and they're gonna get those 20 points. Those points being really, really helpful and beneficial. And this battle between I8 and Magnus still continues for that extra points, extra 20 points that we're gonna get to see after the end of the league stages. Whoever stays on top gets the extra 20 points, and the second one gets 90. Not a lot of difference though, but when it comes down to fighting for the championship, fight for the pride and glory, even a single point does matter sometimes. But T20 a beautiful rise from their side. I think they played very well tonight. But for the other teams out there, 52 Esports, TmwEsports, Triple Esports, 3AX, 40 Devils, North Esports, Regicide, R3D, H2E, and even for the likes of Team BABLU, not really where they should have been. I mean, especially BABLU, considering the kind of a play style they've had, what they've just showcased in week number 1 to week number 2, really not going their way. But this gives we do have a long break now. This gives ample time for all these teams to practice, get back to their drawing boards, figure out what mistake they've made, and come back stronger, come back swinging, and make sure they make the most out of it. But now let's take a look at the bonus rankings. There you have it. Magnus Esports taking the lead. 39 points is what they have accumulated for themselves, as I8 will have to settle with 38, and Quantum Rage maintaining that 17-17 for themselves, maintaining that hashtag 3 position with 34. T20 not shying away as well.
But certainly, QWERTY are also not far behind. They are sitting on the 4th position, and TUF also maintaining the consistency, getting 30 points, sitting on the 5th position. But Grounders, they played Livik second time. First time it didn't work for them. They got 5. No, they played for the first time. Last time they got 5 points, and this time getting 14 points in their favor, sitting on the 11th position. 3X Esports, last time a very good performance coming from their side. 17 points was only they have to deal with. 52 TmW, Triple Esports, and Faulty Devils are still on the bottom.
Oh, they certainly are still at the very bottom, and they'll have to figure something out. But taking a look at the elimination leaders, Gravity right on top, 81 points. A beautiful week for this lad. The way he's been playing, Blade Finisher also gaining a lot of ground. Uzim stepping up when required. Goose, I'm kind of disappointed with, especially after the way he played in week number 1, and that fall in week number 2 is something that I really cannot digest. Gives him enough time to recuperate and get himself back in. But for now, as we take a look at page number 2, it is going to be Faster, IQ, Joker, Zibyan, and Jaguar. And Well, I mean, Zibian, another one of those players that has really performed well. And still, Team BABLU struggling. So somewhere down the line, they will have to have their other players stepping up. We did see those semblance coming in from Pan, those clutches coming out. But for now, as we take a look at the overall rankings over here, Magnus Esports find themselves at the very top. R3D Esports just 2 points shy. Quantum Rage still on third, but look at that difference. It's gone beyond Quantum Rage and TUF's reach right now, Shadow, to almost 200 points plus.
But certainly all that can help Quantum Rage or TOF is I8 and Magnus have an entire bad week, and that is next to impossible. Yeah, bad games might come in, but entire bad week, I don't think so. Yes, they need to play some really big games and get those 15 place points in their favor if they want to topple over and come on the second or the first spot. But Grounders, they have taken a leap of 3 points, and now they are on the 11th position, and H2A is still on the 13th position with 260 points.
Yeah, I mean, the entire overall ranking shows so much that the competition is still quite open, at least for the finals, right? But as we take a look at the day summary, the Grounders did manage to get those two chicken dinners for themselves. Sanhok was captured by I8 finally. A chicken dinner with 15 eliminations. They went out ham. And that's the way they do it. That's the way they like it. North Esports opening things up. Faulty Devils getting a chicken in Erangel, and Quraysh almost missed their second chicken dinner of the day, giving it up to Grounders. But they still did manage to get it in the final game. That was in Erangel.
Certainly, Erangel, they got it. But talking about the overall summary, on day number 1, it was all about Team BABLU getting 39 placement points and 29 elimination points, total of 68 points. But maximum points in the entire week were gotten by Magnus Esports, total of 85 points.
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see, right? Magnus had been the best squad, but day number 3 is where we really saw that, hat trick from Metershot X Sky. Of course, day number 2 and day number 4 were well ruled out by the players of Team Magnus. The way they've been playing ever so consistent, and they haven't looked back ever since. Every single player of their team is delivering. They've been having some really good IGLing going on in their department, and it has made the entire show so much more exciting to find out who are going to be crowned the champions of the PMPL Pakistan this time. We still do have 2 defending champions playing in the roster of Magnus. Can they defend their throne, or is it going to be IA toppling them over? Because last time storyline was pretty much similar. It was just about 52x Rage clinching it away from I8. An utter disappointment for the fans of I8, and this time they are with a vengeance. Certainly playing without the star player Crypto, who apparently has shifted regions, but IQ has somehow filled those big shoes. Still a long way to go, but I'm pretty sure he's at the right path. But I8 also have a lot of fixing to be done in their departments, and the other teams as well. Especially week number 3 is going to be it. If these teams do not rise, then there's nothing really awaiting them after that, because after that we do have the finals, and they have to it's make it or break it for all of them, and if they don't, they're done. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it was all about this week's matchups. We are finally done with the show. We're gonna be taking quite a long break. We will be right back. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.